Hi, family. Well, welcome to day two of the Women's Empowerment Conference. Today, I've selected five brilliant and beautiful women who are here to speak. They're going to share their experience as well as their expertise around a variety of topics. Remember, my panelists, their sole purpose today is to inspire, motivate, and challenge you to step outside your comfort zone and to provide you with the necessary tools that you guys will be able to utilize to become the best version of yourself. Now, my first panelist is Miss Nina Ruffin, who is here. She says she just needed a little bit more time to get herself together. But between me and you, Nina is never on time. Okay. Never. Nina Ruffin is a New York State licensed clinical social worker with 10 years of experience providing individual, couples, family, and group counseling. She's the founder of Life Strategies Counseling Services. She's the author of Love Your Whole Life and The Peanut Butter to My Jelly, one of my oldest and dearest friends that I've known for a zillion years. Well, I would be welcoming her when she's getting her life together. So, since I have a few moments to spare, I just wanted to shout out all of the viewers that watched yesterday. I definitely have to shout out my panelists. They did a phenomenal job. And so, once again, I thank them. We got lots of comments in regarding the overall layout of the conference, some additional tips and ideas slash suggestions that we will utilize for the next go around. But just wanted to say thank you guys so much for all of your participation. It really means a lot to myself and my entire team. I know I have a jacket on. I didn't anticipate getting in the house so late, but literally I'm just getting back from running errands this morning. And so what you see is what you get. I'm sorry. Um, Wanted to take time out also to shout out all of my listeners that jump onto the podcast. And our list is growing and growing and growing. We now have folks in Sweden. So shout out to my listeners in Zimbabwe. Shout out to my listeners in Jamaica, in Mexico, in Honduras, Spain, listeners from all over the world. I appreciate you and thank you. I now have a YouTube page, and my YouTube page, well, in the first 28 days, I had over 1,000 hits. And so I thank you. And I have viewers from all over the world who have also uh, came to check out my YouTube page. So just want to say thank you. We appreciate the love, the support, and we promise that this will not be the end of the movement because the movement has just began. And so I thank you. I thank you very much. It looks like Miss Ruffin is ready. So let me bring Nina in. All right. So
Hello,
listen, I
hello.
had already told everybody that you were a state licensed therapist, over
Mhm.
10 years of experience. You specialize in individual and group counseling. You have a book, Love
I
Your
do.
Whole Life.
I do.
So
Mhm.
I already introduced you, but now, yeah, that's your book, Love Your Whole Life. But I am going to let you now take the floor. You ready,
I'm
girl?
ready. All right, Carla, I absolutely thank you so much for having me. You know, I love to do this stuff.
I know you
Um,
do.
I have a few notes. I just want to make sure, I'll talk up 40 minutes. I'm also
Uh,
a pet lover for anyone who loves animals. So Trixie will be making an appearance, I think, from time to time. But I absolutely love this. I got into therapy, I think, primarily to work with women who used to be like I, or who are like I used to be before I really found out about like loving your whole
Trixie,
life.
we gonna put you out.
I'm telling you, before I found out about just loving my whole life and just the power of self love, and that's I want to say that's my favorite client. I do work with individuals, I work with couples, I work with families, but right now I'm loving my girls that are like between 25 and 40, and they're figuring relationships and life and jobs out. So absolutely, that's what I love. So again, to keep me on track, I'm going to focus on my book, and then that's something people can refer to if they want to get that afterwards. And
Okay.
a lot of the things in the book, or the majority of the things in the book, are things that I do in session with my clients. So first, I'll talk about defining your dream life. And when I work with people and I say define your dream life, I say, what would your life be like if you could do whatever you want to do, if nothing is holding you back? And a lot of times clients are like, I don't know. But I'll say, you want to work on an oil rig? They say no. You want to be a teacher? They say no. So a lot of times we know what we don't want to do. And that's a good place to start. And something else I always do is I love to ask clients, think about your life right now, this minute. Do you want to, we'll say you conservatively, let's say we live to 70 years old. Do you want to do this for the next 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 20 years? And a lot of times I hear no. And what I encourage clients to do is to make a list, actually write down what it is you would want to do. It could be anything. Now, and I preface this by saying, you may not be able to do what Michelle Obama does, okay? You may not be able to do what Kamala does, but there is still something that you want to do for your life or your family or your career, and something that you can start working towards. What I also do is I talk to clients about, I like to say, dropping your bags. One of my favorite songs is Erykah Badu's Bag Lady. You gonna miss your bus because you're carrying all that stuff and nobody ever told you that you could put that stuff down. And what I try to talk about and reinforce is the life that we're living today is based on decisions we made yesterday. And a lot of times we think, well, I'm here now. I've done it now. I've had a baby by this person now, or I'm married to this person now, or I've dropped out of school now. It doesn't matter. That stuff you can put down and just start over and do what you want to do. And a lot of times baggage is trauma, negative relationships with family or friends, and just negative experiences from a job. It could be anything that, even if you don't talk about it, even if you don't tell people about it, if you never mention it, but those are those things that when you're quiet, they seep into the back of your mind. Or when you think about doing something different with your life, or just making a change or doing anything, and it's like that little something in the back of your mind or in your heart that says you can't do that because this happened, or you can't do that because that happened. And again, that's the stuff I love to work with clients to quote unquote put down. There are things that we may never forget, but there are things that we can forgive and we can move forward from. I like to say we can take those things and put them in an emotional box, put a lid on the top and put it up in the closet. It's not going anywhere. You know where it's at. It's there if you need to think about it or process it, but you don't have to carry it around with you like this every day. And sometimes that's what we do. Whatever we've been through, whatever we're struggling with, it's a bag. Some of us got bags in each hand and knapsacks on our back. So that's something else to think about. Something else I love to cover that I also touch in my book, be your own BFF, be your own best friend. A lot of times I work with people and we're so focused on giving love to other people and having people reciprocate that love. We don't want to be by ourselves. We don't want to be alone or feel like we don't have a lot of friends around us. And again, I love these songs. There's a song by Beyonce, Me, Myself, and I. You're going to learn that you're going to be your own best friend. Because if I'm not willing to spend time with me or be alone with me, in theory, who else would want to do that? I think by the time you're, we'll say 30, you should be comfortable going to eat by yourself, going to a movie by yourself. I have some clients, they travel by themselves. Now, if you do that safely. There are travel groups out there, and I think she went to Greece and another one went to Egypt, but it's your meantime. You may not have the life you want right now, this minute, but there are things that you can still do. You can still travel. You can take a class. You can buy a house. There's so many different things that you can do. And I think that starts with you being your own best friend, your own BFF. Now, right after that, and I touched on it a teeny tiny bit, is the power of self-love. And I'm not sure why this wasn't my first chapter, but I think it doesn't come up like in the initial session. The power of self-love. First love, or let me say this, I found on a fortune cookie back when I was at school with Miss Carla in the 80s, and the fortune cookie, and I still have it somewhere, and it says, our first love is self-love. And when you think about it that way, over and above being your own best friend, we have to love ourselves. And if we think about it sometimes, we don't. Or if we do, we don't love ourselves like we should. And the way you can tell that you're not loving yourself like you should is if you are putting yourself at risk, financially, sexually, physically, emotionally, spiritually, to show love to another person. Sometimes when we look at our relationships, some of us love men more than we love ourselves. Some of us love our kids more than we love ourselves. We love Nana more than we love ourselves. And we're doing things that we don't really want to do because we want this person's love. And we feel like if we don't do it, they won't love us like we need them to love us. And that's conditional. Self-love has to be unconditional. So I don't care if I make a bad choice in terms of a relationship, do something wrong at work, or disappoint myself in any way, I still have to love myself. Now I might have a talk with myself and say, Nina, come on, girl, we got to do better. But I still love myself. And I find that when we focus on self-love and give ourselves the love that we so freely give others, or that we're so desperate to get from others, that the way we look at ourselves, the decisions we make for ourselves, the life that we live, and the things that happen with us, they're different. They're really different. Think about people that you know, and I imagine we all do. You'll have that friend or some relative that you can tell by how they act and the things that they do that they just don't care about what happens with them, you know? And then think about the people you know that wouldn't let anybody talk wrong to them or treat them any kind of way, or take their car from them. And one of the examples I like to use is years ago, honey, I know I loved him more than I loved me because he didn't have a license and I was letting him drive my new car. Okay, so look at it that way. Am I taking too long, Miss Carla?
No, you listen, I know you can talk. Okay, I know you can talk. Who did you let drive your car and didn't have a license? I don't know if I remember.
Girl, Hopper.
Oh, that's the one that stood outside your apartment that night at 3 o'clock in the morning singing "A House Is Not a Home," and you threw the phone out the window so that I could hear him sing. Oh,
yes, that's him. That's him.
That's Papa. Okay.
And look at me, loving myself. I was able to let that mess go. Now I got my own husband.
Right. Amen. Amen.
See, Carla, you've known me long enough to tell the story.
I listen. Or how about, if we're gonna go there, how about the days that we would sit in the dormitory and you would say to me, Carla, and I'd say yes. You would hold a calendar up and say, on this date, I'm gonna have a man. And I would say to you, so naive, Nina, what do you mean? And you would say, pick a date, girl, and pass me a pen. So I would just circle a date because I don't know no better. And sure enough, I would come in from school on that day and you had some man over on your side kikiing and laughing. That went on for years. That went on for years, okay? That foolishness went on for years.
But looking back, the quality of the man, sometimes you have to wait. You have to wait for God to send you somebody. But speaking of that, it takes me to the pursuit of happiness. What do you want for your life? You know, what do you believe it will take to make you happy, and how do you go about getting that? And I encourage people that happiness is not always another person, and we need to be grateful and thankful and feel blessed about what we have. But it's okay to say, I'm going to take a trip. I'm going to buy a house. I'm going to get a degree, you know? And a lot of times we want things and pursue things that other people don't support. Just like even back then when I said I'm gonna have a boyfriend by such and such a date, you could have been like, girl, please, you're not gonna have a boyfriend. You were like, okay, let's see, you know, let's see what you're doing, girl. You was right there with me, supporting me, encouraging me. And you know,
I didn't know what to say because I just didn't know what to say. But you were determined, and I I believed in you. So
And I love that. Determined, and you believed in me. And we need to be determined. This is what I tell my clients and my friends and family. We need to be determined and intentional about what we want in our lives. Just like I'm in this doctoral program. Praise God, I got 3 classes left. Then I'll be Dr. Nina for real.
amen.
My,
Amen.
my students already call me Dr. Nina. I said, I'm not a doctor yet. They're like, close enough, Miss Nina, close enough. So we need to feel that and believe that and move in that energy, in that vibe when we're deciding to buy a house or decide, look at you, starting a business, having conferences. And just like I was determined to do it, you as my true friend, really my best friend on the planet, who has known me forever, ever, ever,
Okay.
you were supportive and you were encouraging. And that's something that we need to do for each other. And if you have a friend that whenever you try to say something about getting your life together or improving your life or make some changes in your life, they always have negative to say. But whenever you meet Rollo and want to take him home and he got one leg short and the other, he's missing a tooth and his glasses dirty, and she's like, oh, that's not your friend. I'm just saying that's extra. I just threw that in there. And
I've always encouraged you, though. I've always encouraged you, and I've always told you how proud I was when you would go to school and get all these degrees. I always told you that.
Always. You have always been like, okay, do it, girl. That's great. Do it.
Yeah,
absolutely. Always. We've always encouraged each other. You've always encouraged me. Because I have friends, they're like, what you going to be doing now? Because remember, I was in fashion. Then I went to computers. No, then I went to human services. Then I went to computers. Then I went back to human services. Then I went to
you were a computer programmer or something?
I was computer program, hated it every day. And that's something else that's important in terms of happiness. Yeah. You know, we have to define what happiness is. At that time, I had friends that were like, oh, you could work here, you could do this, you could make all this money. I worked at Xerox. I made good money. I drove my little Acura and I was cute. I was wearing my suits and my hair and my jewelry. And then I was mentally just trying to make it to 6 o'clock. When they would tell me, send out an email and say, there's a problem in India and we have to work till 7. I used to go in that bathroom and look in the mirror and say, you will not cry, you will not cry, you will not cry. And I still don't have sense enough to quit. God blessed me to get laid off. And then from that, I was like, I'm not going back. And then I started really thinking about how do I want to live my life? What do I want to do? Because sometimes we're caught up and we feel like we can't make changes because, oh, I got to pay for this or I've done this. Sometimes it's okay to change your mind. And you have the right to change your mind about jobs, about careers, about relationships. You can't really change your mind about your kids because they're here, but you can change your mind about some of the things you do in reference to your kids and your family.
So I have a question for you. A question just popped up from Sandy. Hey, okay. Sandy. Sandy's from San Francisco.
Okay, I love San Francisco.
Sandy said that she's a middle-aged woman, hates her job, can't sleep at night because she knows that when she wakes up in the morning, she's got to go back to that job. And she says that she's a little scared of starting over because, you know, she has grown people bills and she's not really, she wants to make the leap of faith, but isn't sure what next steps look like.
So Sandy, first of all, I'm going to say, honey, I have been where you're at. I have been, look, can't even enjoy your weekend because, you know, you got to go back on Monday. I have been there. And in terms of making a change, baby steps. What's that song? You know, it would have taken time to turn the Titanic around. Baby steps. I'm not sure what your career is in, but look at the job that you have. Say you have a degree in
she doesn't state where she works. I'm not really quite sure.
And that's fine. But say somebody has a degree in we'll say in law, and they just hate law and they don't want to be a lawyer anymore.
Yeah.
There are other degrees that you can use your law degree for. You could be in other jobs. You could be in human resources. You could be an executive coach. There are different things. One of the books I love to encourage people to get, it's a book that's been out forever and they redo it every year. It's called What Color is My Parachute? It's thick. I think it's about $15. I just gave it to a client. It's thick. I'm not telling you to read every page. I have not read every page, but they have different personality quizzes in that book. And when you take those quizzes, it kind of tells you you would probably like this kind of job or that kind of job. And then based on the categories that they give you, I encourage people, research. Now a lot of stuff is online, but Carla, you know, back in the day when we were in school, they had a big book of occupations at the library, and you could
Yeah.
put down what your degree is, and it would list any kind of job that was available in that degree. I used to just flip through that book because I was amazed at some of the stuff. But start doing it, Sandy, start doing a little bit of research. So I don't tell anybody just quit your job, because I'm like you, I got big girl bills and big girl things and responsibilities. So baby steps. And even if you decide, okay, I do not want to do this job, I want to do something else. I have a friend that I was in school with. She works at Border Patrol. She's been there, I think, 30 years, because retirement is serious. And what she did was she started taking classes. She has her social work degree. She has been taking, doing part-time social work jobs. And when she retires from Border Patrol, she's actually going to start doing therapy. So now her plan took about 5 years to get that plan going, because she had to get a different degree. But it doesn't always have to be a degree. And what I'm learning, they got all kind of, listen, they got training programs out here. Had I known, except that I don't like blood, had I known that I could go somewhere for 6 months and learn to be a phlebotomist. Listen, some of these jobs out here, respiratory therapists, you can get it. I think it's like an 18-month training program, and then they making $40 and $50 an hour. I'm like, where were these jobs when I was trying to figure my life out? So there's something out there. I say never give up. Baby steps. Get you a cute little notebook. I love a cute little notebook. And start writing down your plan of action. I want to show you my cover. I love it. It's got flowers. Start writing down your plan of action and go for it. Baby steps. So hopefully that helps me.
All right. There is a Paul who just sent a message over, and Paul, I'm just reading it. Okay, so Paul said that he's with the woman that he's been married to for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
She's cheated on him multiple times. She's given him a sexually transmitted disease. Look, I'm just reading what Paul got here, okay?
Come on, Paul.
And thanks for sharing, Paul, that the wife gave him a sexually transmitted disease. He forgave her, but he's really not interested in being married anymore.
Ooh, well, you know, Paul, when I work with couples, one of the first things I ask couples is, are you dedicated to making this marriage work? But in a situation like this, and I would never tell anybody to leave their spouse. In a situation like this, you know, you can forgive, but there's some stuff you can't forget. And if you truly feel like you don't want to be married anymore, I don't think that there is a judge, at least not in New York State, that would fault you for that. There's definitely a lack of trust, and without your spouse being here, I would wonder, like, why? Because we have a saying in therapy, that's not going to work for what y'all trying to do. So if you were trying to remain married to her, being in that situation, I can't see it working. But you have the right to change your mind, and if based on her, for any reason, but based on what you're saying has been going on, it makes complete sense to me that you would want to separate and leave that marriage. And what I say is, if there are kids, you know, use an attorney. They in New York State, they have legal aid, but just make sure you take care of yourself. A lot of times we're so fed up and we want out of marriages that we leave and don't look at. Get your stuff. Y'all been married for 6 years. If y'all have a house, if somebody buys somebody out, and just if you have kids, come up with an amicable, I guess, custodial agreement or visitation agreement. But, and again, in therapy, we don't tell people what to do. But Paul, this is not therapy. Run.
Nina,
I'm just saying, cheating repeatedly and STDs. So not only is she cheating, but she's being unsafe. And oh, I hate it because I'm so raw sometimes. If we were in therapy, Paul, I would say it was gonorrhea this time. What if it's herpes next? You know, you can't get rid of herpes.
What if it's HIV?
Amen. But you know, at least, and this is awful, I can't even think of it. you know, at least with HIV, they say they got medications that are so
Yeah.
strong that it's undetectable.
Yeah,
But
I know. I read about that.
the
Thank
mental
and thank
cost,
God for that. And thank God for that, because we've lost
right?
a
They say
lot of
it can still
friends.
be. Amen. Haven't we, Carla? Haven't we lost?
Yeah, we've lost a lot of friends to AIDS. So I'm very thankful that after all of these years, they finally have some form of medicine to treat people, because we've lost, like I said, we've lost a lot of people that were
Friends.
very dear to us, near and dear to us. And so,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Man. But yeah, Paul, and this would be one where I would say, you know, because you love yourself and because you can be your own best friend, you can choose to just not tolerate this. It's a lot to come back from, but you stated that you were done, and I say go
Well,
for it.
he just chimed back in, Nina, and said that um how do you even look at it the same way? Like he doesn't he
You
he thinks he's a joke. He thinks that his wife is now a joke and that essentially they're roommates, because he just doesn't want to have anything to do with her.
yeah, and the thing is, sorry, somebody was looking for me. The thing is, it's hard to have a healthy, respectful marriage when you don't trust or respect the other person. And I would think that it would be almost impossible for you to trust her and respect her at this point. And like you said, you feel like she's a joke. There's something going on with her, I would think, some unhealed trauma or some other issues that she needed to cheat. If she's cheating with the same person, that's something a little bit different. And now again, we're talking STDs, you know. I don't know how, but the thing is, what I always say in session is that if you know it's not going to work, don't be messy. Just, you know, cut your ties and move on. Because sometimes he cheats or she cheat, and you got all these other people involved. And listen, some of these people, oh, I work with people in couples where the other woman or the other man is showing up and ringing the doorbell and demanding to have a conversation. I said, Lord,
Nina,
I'm serious. They ring it up. I don't know how y'all do it down there, but upstate New York, they come to people's houses ringing doorbells.
I'm sure they're probably doing the same here, but you'd have lost your mind if you showing up at some some married woman's house, knocking on her door, talking about you want to see her husband. You out of line. You out of line for dealing with a married man. But I'm not.
Right.
How
many times has that married man had you at that house and you feel comfortable pulling up and ringing the doorbell?
Well, now that's true too.
But listen,
because it is his fault. It's the married man's fault, because he knows what situation that he's gotten himself into. You're married, so what are you doing?
Absolutely. But let me say this. God is still working on me. Don't come to 47 Valencia. Don't come over here. If something wrong, go to his job and talk to him. Don't come over here. I don't want Carla to bail me out. But anyway, and this leads into this. One of my favorite things to say, no is a complete sentence. So especially in Paul's case, it's okay to say, no, I don't want to do this anymore. You know, or that's not going to work for what we're trying to do. And I love the no's. No, you can't borrow my car. No, I can't pay your rent. No, you can't stay at my house. No,
I can't loan you no money. Yeah.
No, I can't loan you no money. No, I'm not sleeping with you. No. And I think sometimes we feel like, male and female, we feel like we shouldn't say no, or we don't feel comfortable saying no. Or listen, it's like when we're little kids. Think about little kids, a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, one of the first things that can come about their mouth is no. No. And we need to embrace that again as adults and be able to say no.
Nina, we have a question here.
Yes.
There's no name. A young lady who said that she's in an abusive relationship and really needs to speak to someone about help.
There are, oh, were you still reading?
No, that's all that's there.
There are nationwide, let me look.
Well, she's also there is a nationwide hotline for battered women. There is one, but then I know each state has a specific number. She said that she's in New York because she just chimed back in and said that she's in New York. I don't have that information in front of me, but I did have
I
a
looked it up. There is
Yeah.
there's a national domestic violence hotline, and the number is 800-799-SAFE, SAFE, or 7233.
Just repeat the number again, please.
800-799-7233.
Okay, thank you.
And these are agencies that if you call, they will work with you on making sure you're safe. They can help you come up with an escape plan. And I don't know your exact situation, but I always love to tell clients, be careful, because they say a lot of times when your abuser realizes you're leaving, it might make them more aggressive. So just listen, be cool, you know, be easy, as Carla would say. Reach out to one of these resources or that resource, and they should be able to connect you to somebody. That's probably that's a 24-hour hotline, and they can walk you through getting safe. I know here in upstate New York and Rochester, if you if it's particularly egregious, they can put you in housing in other counties. They'll put people in other counties. They will help you, you know, they'll help you get loose and help you stay loose. They'll walk you through, you know, if you're married or kids or, yeah. So there's no,
I'm not sure who this young lady is, but please send one of us an email just to let us know that you found some form of safety and that we're praying for your situation. Nina, what's your email address? Give her your email address.
My email address, the easiest one is Nina Ruffin, LCSW@gmail.com.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and remember, you are not alone. A lot of times in those situations, I understand that people feel alone and maybe families kind of over what's been going on, but reach out to that hotline. You know, you could call 911 if you want to, but just do whatever you need to do to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, exactly. There is a woman, I don't have a name here either. Says she's 25 years old. She's thinking about marriage. You are a marriage counselor, among other things, but you specialize in marriage, counseling for married folks. She said, what are 3 things that her and her soon-to-be husband should be talking about? Because it looks like she's interested in some form of therapy, but until they get there, what are 3 things that they need to address just in conversation now?
I would say number 1, expectations. And when I say expectations, I mean what day-to-day life will look like. When me and my husband were courting, you know, he let me know that he didn't feel comfortable. He didn't want me drinking. He didn't want me smoking. I don't do that stuff anyway.
No, you most certainly don't.
He don't want me going out. I don't do that. He said he don't want me to have no male friends. And I was like, okay. Like, but he let me know before we got married. So if anybody's going to change my tire, it was going to be him, and wouldn't nobody be over here painting. So he let me know up front. There are things that you may not feel comfortable with, or your future husband may not be comfortable with. And now is the time to talk about that stuff, your expectations. Me and my husband have a rule. My brother can't live here and his mom can't live here. We just figure those things. But no, these are things you talk about, because these are the things that y'all be fighting and raising hell about once you married. You know, and people talking about, oh, you're not for me. I thought you were for me. That's number 1. You know, what are expectations? Because he might think that y'all going to go to Big Mama's house every Sunday. You may not like Big Mama's cooking. You may not want to go, you know. And in my family, we stop by my husband's house, people's house, but we go to my people's house. Like, I want to eat my mama's potato salad. I'm just saying.
Nina.
So these are important. The next thing, finances. Listen, y'all need to pull each other's credit reports. You need to look. And I say that because if and let me just be real, if there are any kind of child support garnishes for anything, because sometimes
Yeah.
people, I don't have kids, and they may not have kids because they had them in high school and the girl married somebody else and they adopted them, but they might still have a child support balance on the credit. You need to know, have they been bankrupt before? You need to know, do they have 5011 credit cards? I know people that got married and the husband was like, I just thought she made a lot of money at her job. I didn't know she was charging all that stuff. Like, these are
Wow.
conversations, because you might think as soon as we get married, we'll buy a house. Well, you can't if his credit's bad, or you can't if her credit's bad. And you know, also in terms of finances, how do you want to live? You might be comfortable getting, I mean, if you ever watch that House Hunter show, you might be comfortable getting a $200,000 house, and he might want a $400,000 house and be okay if it's not furnished and y'all eating cheese sandwiches. This is stuff you guys have to talk about, because again, this is stuff where you'll be thinking, I don't even have to stay with this joker. I could go back over here and do what I was doing. Number 3, let me see, I did expectations. And that could be about kids, that could be about anything, you know, because a lot of times, and I know people who have done this. I have friends who have done this. I don't want his mom living with us. Did you tell him? No, I'm not going to tell him until we get married. And it's just been a mess. So that's with expectations, finances. And the third thing,
Yep.
what your life looks like. How are you, you know, what does life look like? Kids, things like that. And that might come under expectations, but imagine living with this person day to day. And I remember being in church years ago, and one of the ladies was talking, it was like on a Women's Day, and she said, you know, you're dating these guys, their hobbies. Do you want to be bothered with that for the next 30 years? And I used to laugh, but I know when me and my husband got married, he was fishing a lot, and that's fine. He used to want me to go with him, and I would rather watch paint dry. But I did go. I'm being honest. This is about honesty. And then he kind of got over it. He would be like, no, put your book. I would read a book. He's like, put your book down. I was like, Lord, I don't want to put a worm on a hook. I know, you know, but you don't know.
You never told me you went fishing. Now that I've never heard of. You never told me.
I think we went 3 times. I had never been fishing before, and I loved him, and I knew I wanted to be with him, but I was like, God, help me.
Because you too worried about your hair, okay, and your nail polish chipping, and you losing a bangle, okay. I already know that.
Okay. Yeah. But again, you never know, and it could be anything. My husband loves to go to the casino. In the beginning, I would go with him, but what he found is that when I hit, he'll hit and keep on hitting. If I win $500, I'm leaving. I'm going to the mall. The mall is up the street. He was like, "Where are you going?" I was like, "To the mall." I wasn't in it for, like, don't let me win $200. I'm leaving, you know. But again, conversations about what life would look like if you're different religions, you know. I mean, I remember dating somebody and saying, well, if we have kids, they could go to a Christian school. And he was like, why would you do that? And it had never occurred to me that he was agnostic. And I just, you know, I'm not saying you got to be jumping over the pews, but I need you to believe in God if we're going to be together. You know what I mean? So things that may not come up, because, you know, when we first meet them, and I'll speak from experience, you know, you just looking at them, they look good to you, love the way they sound, they smell good. And, you know, you're not always thinking about, you know, how we're going to decorate. And even something like that, when me and my husband got married, he moved into my townhouse. It was already decorated. He never said anything. We bought a house together, moved in, and he was like, look, all them candles and sconces and throw pillows and throw.
I remember that. Get rid of that mess. I remember that.
What you mean? Listen, it's a journey, because I want a rug in every room, a picture on every wall. He's like, you don't need a picture on every wall. And I was like,
I know, I remember that.
We
were highly upset when you had to put that stuff in the garage. You was in tears. I remember that.
Exactly. And listen, and we just assume a lot of times that the guy doesn't care. Listen, I think some of the most heated discussions we've had have been in the furniture store over a couch or something like that. And then, you know, over time, I don't care. I think I hang pictures and he picks furniture. He likes big, big furniture. I like mid-century. But again, these are things you say to yourself, can I live with this person? You know, and that's something I could live with, you know. And then again, You know, my mom told me a long time ago, you need somebody that's going to be there. What does that look like? What will your marriage to him look like? You know,
Yeah.
you may not want him staying out. Maybe he goes out, takes weekend trips, you know. We don't do a lot of traveling away from each other. I'm going to a wedding in North Carolina in September, but Lord, I'm going Saturday morning, coming back Sunday night. Everybody else is staying a week. We not built that way. Won't be no week. And then I said, when I graduate with my doctorate, a bunch of the classmates want to go to Las Vegas, and he told me he don't think I need to go to Las Vegas. I don't know if I'm going. Maybe he'll take
I'll
me.
meet you there. I'll meet you there.
Girl, he'll probably hide my luggage.
Oh my
But
God.
again, conversations, and you know, it's a wonderful activity. I think I have clients do when they come in. Write down the three things you do it and have him do it that you think it will take to have your marriage be successful, and then write down three things that would be a like a deal breaker that would be very difficult for you if it occurred, you know.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I tell people, say what you mean and mean what you say. I have a friend that got married for the second time, and his new wife doesn't have any kids, and she says she doesn't want any kids. His kids are her kids, and I hope she meant it, because he got a vasectomy last week. I said, in my head, I said, I hope she meant it.
Nina,
I'm being honest. They ain't been married that long. I said,
now
you know where? And he told me, but
this activity that you just named, is this activity for folks that are dating or people that are married, or like?
I think it's for anybody in any relationship. And it says, you know, it helps you guys have points to talk about. And what I tell them, you don't have to write. You don't have to write. Sometimes the man will write, or even a woman will write three things, and the other person got four pieces of paper back and front. I'm like, hold on, these can be little brief bullets. You know,
Okay.
and I'm always like, if I got somebody to write down, and that's why I limited to three. If I got somebody write down 15 things that will be a deal breaker, I'm like, what y'all doing? And I think this is an interesting activity. I've had people do it, and just there's so many layers to it. And something else I want to add, you guys are getting engaged, or you're engaged. When are y'all going to get married? Because it's good to know that. I have done couples counseling with people who are engaged, and in some situations I've seen it where it almost seems like somebody is saying, well, we're going to get married, but you do this thing and I need you to stop. It's almost like they're dangling marriage, like, we're not going to really get married if you keep doing that, or you keep doing this. And this is me, because this is in therapy. I don't believe in being engaged for no 15 years. To each his own. I'm just telling you what I think. If y'all know you're gonna get married, go and get married. And some people, you know, they're saving. I say it's nothing wrong. I love the Justice of the Peace. They've been good to me. But it's nothing wrong with going to the Justice of the Peace and then saving later and talk about that. Some people want to have a huge wedding, but if you had a huge wedding, you may not be able to move in that house and things like that. And these are things to talk about. And this can be just in couples. It helps you figure out, you know, where's your head at? Where's my head at? Where's his head at? And in the beginning, when you guys are really like laying this stuff out, is a good opportunity to do that. I think when me and my husband first got together and even first got married, entertain activities such as this. Now he would be like, I'm not doing that. Like, where are we going? You know?
Right.
But we need to communicate. And I remember this evangelist, Wanda Davis Turner. I love her. And she used to say, what'd she say? The biggest problem in our relationships, we don't listen, you know, and we hear what we want to hear. Listen to what they're saying. We fill in, I say this a lot in therapy too, we fill in the gaps. You meet somebody and you know this much, and you know that much, and you know that much, and then you fill in. And a lot of times I like to say, did he say he wanted to get married? And the person is like, oh, I'm sure. I said, no. When you talk to him about marriage, he said he wanted to get married. Because sometimes I see him in couples and I'm like, y'all get married. Because the guy will be looking like, and you never know. Because I have couples that I've worked with, they've been together. And this always kind of boggles my mind. They've been together since middle school. They got 2 or 3 kids. They done bought a house, but he said he's not ready to get married. It's a big commitment. And again, I'm a little raw in therapy, and I have him verbalize, explain that. Let's discuss that. Let's unwrap that. Let's pull those layers back, because there's a lot there.
Okay.
You know.
So you can have a house and several cars
and kids,
but you're not ready.
Not to get married. And I think for a lot of men, marriage represents, I don't know.
A ball and chain. That's what some of them say.
Maybe it represents. And I know some of us clown, but I think that we clown because of insecurity and because of things that have occurred. Because we can sense. When I say we, I mean I believe women can sense when he acting like he may not get married. And my grandfather used to tell me, you can have all the engagement rings and all the marriage licenses you want. That don't mean nothing if y'all don't use them. It's true. Daddy Ray used to tell it.
I know. He most certainly did. There's a Tammy that sent a message through, and Tammy said, why did you choose the profession that you're in now? And how many years of school did you go to?
Okay, so Tammy,
how many years of school? Yeah.
Okay, Tammy, I'll try not to drag this out. So when I was in high school, I went to all girls Catholic high school, and my goal in life was to get out of Rochester and to get a job so that if my car broke down, I didn't have to miss my rent to get my car fixed. Those were my goals when I was 17. So things have changed, but there was a school counselor who told me I should be a social worker, and I said, "Oh, somebody's lying." I said, I got my own things. I don't have time to, that's when I went to the illustrious Fashion Institute of Technology, in New York City, where I met the lovely Carla. And, I took all these classes and I did all this stuff. But Carla, we would volunteer for stuff and do stuff. And I'd sit in classes sometimes and be just bored. And then I ended up getting when I worked in the school office, I felt like I was helping people, and I felt, I don't know, I felt like it felt good. I liked working there. And then I actually started getting jobs in the garment center, and I would be sitting there saying to myself, I can't believe that we sitting here picking button colors. Like, it can't be that hard. And are we going to take 1/8 of an inch off, or should we do this? And how much can we say? I was like, I can't believe this is what I do with my life.
Yeah, but that stuff was, Nina, that's a once in a lifetime to work in the garment industry.
Right, but
it's
not glamorous though. It's not. But the thing is, you grow up in Rochester, you think Vogue. Watch that movie, The Devil Wears Prada. Watch it. And they start talking about what you can't wear and how you can't. What Michael used to say, I was hippie. You can't be hippie. They be looking at you. But anyway, I wasn't happy. Then I ended up, because of Carla, because of a guy thing, I said, let me just move back to Rochester. Carl, I can still see you standing there outside my building going, bye, girl. You leaving? You really leaving? Yep. Outside of Dixon Mills, remember? They had the U-Haul truck. I said,
yes, girl, that's right.
I said, I never thought. Listen, I went on back, but then, and then I ended up working in human services and loved it. Then people were like, no, you can make more money doing this. Me being greedy, I followed them to Xerox. And hated it. So when they laid me off, I said, I'm not going back. And then I started trying to figure out, what do I want to do? And initially I knew I wanted to be a therapist, and I was going to get my master's in psychology. And then I realized I'd have to get my doctorate in psychology. And I just couldn't, in my head, I couldn't wrap around the time and bills and stuff. So I had relatives who are social workers. So I switched to social work, got my master's in social work, and got a job at a clinic. And now I'm working on my doctorate, because I always wanted to get my doctorate. And the school I got my master's from, University at Buffalo, started a doctorate program, and I'm in their first cohort. They're about to start their third cohort. So I'm in the first class. And they're working out the kinks, but I said, let's work them. Let's do this. But I didn't realize it still took time. So I got my master's, and then I got a job at a clinic. So I stayed at the county where I was working to get my 10 years in. So that delayed me a year. But then I went to a clinic, and they paid me so low at that clinic. I think I made $19 an hour, $19.10 an hour with a master's degree. I was like, this is crazy. But I did my time. I did my 3 years, about 3.5 years, and that allowed me to get my next license. And then I went from there. I worked at the VA for a short time. It wasn't for me. Then I ended up at a school district where I'm at now as a school social worker. The money's better, summers off, all of that. But I took my first license when I graduated. Then after being at the clinic, I took my clinical license and then started my private practice very slow. And I started my private practice because people I were working with started their private practice and I wanted to go with them. And I told my husband, they didn't invite me. I tried to get, and they said no. And my husband, being who he is, said, start your own practice. I was like, start my own. And that's why you got to be careful who you get married to. God knows who to put you with. I was like, start my own. He was like, start your own. I said, like, rent a place, put it on. He was like, yeah. I said, okay. And God bless him, because if, I would have done it, but he made it easier to do it. And then I just kept going. And because you could stop at your C, but I kept going until I got my R privilege because I'm greedy and I want to take all the insurances. So it took about.
But your business is expanding because you're coming this way.
Yeah. Absolutely. We are, my business partner, Caswell, we are becoming a group practice. So we'll have people, we already have people working for us. We do mobile therapy, we do in-home therapy. They do, I don't. You got to come to my office or do it over the thing. We do Zoom therapy, and then we're going to expand to Buffalo, and we'll be expanding to New York City. So we're getting there. New York State, because of the pandemic, is moving like a snail. So I'm waiting on my PLLC. So if anybody knows how I could get my PLLC, they opened it. I mailed it in March. Just last week they cashed my check. So I pray they come on send me my stuff. But yeah. But the thing is, and let me say, I think it was Tammy, and let me say this, because I was doing something that really fed my soul and worked for me, the time just flew by. I never felt like, oh my God, it's taking so long. I never felt like that. I mean, I worked in the hospital as a psychiatric assignment officer. And what I find is if you like a field, you kind of want to, you take seminars, you take classes, you buy books, you guys can see all my therapy books and stuff. You try different things. And there's different things. Like I'm a talker. I'm very into talk therapy. There's DBT, which is, distress tolerance, and I'd love to say you become comfortable with being uncomfortable. And then there's the EMDR and all the clicking. I'm not clicking. Well, I don't do that therapy. My friend does, but it costs about $3,000 or $4,000 to get certified in that therapy. And I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it. There's also something called, not disrespect to anybody. There's Reiki therapy, where you can do like the heat, and I'm a level 1, because they were like, oh, you're going to feel heat. And Carla, I'm spooky anyway. So I was doing it and I felt heat and I didn't know where the heat was coming from. I didn't go back for part 2. I said,
I know.
Because I didn't know if he was going to come up off that table or what. Carla, I would have ran. I would have been I don't even know where I was. I think I was in Penfield, which y'all not from here. But listen, I would have ran. They would have been looking for me in the woods.
I know.
But again, saying that, you find what you're comfortable with. And what has been very important to me is specializing in working with Black women. There are not a lot of Black female therapists. There's not a lot of Black therapists in this area, especially those that take insurance. There are so few psychologists. They need psychologists so bad. And it's a lot. Like, I think even for when I was in school, you had to go to a therapist and figure yourself out. You got to fix your own stuff. And I didn't even think to ask for a Black therapist. And I went to just an older white lady. She was into yoga and all the, Zen, and it was great and stuff. And we talked about stuff, She blamed everything on my mother, Carla. But anyway.
That's crazy.
But there are the clients I work with now have come to me because some have come because they've had a white therapist, and that therapist has said, the journey that you're on, you need to find somebody that looks like you, because we know there was a lot of historical trauma, and I call it the racial Holocaust. What has happened since Trayvon Martin, and then recently, with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and that has really the whole event is triggering, but the conversations have triggered people. It's a lot, and I believe it's difficult for a Black person to unpack that with a white person. Our centers of reference are just so different. And I'm not saying a white person can't be a good therapist for a Black person. I just think there's things that you can't unpack. And I've heard that from clients where they feel comfortable saying, they say, oh, my husband's on one of those vacations. Okay, he's locked up. My brother was incarcerated, and I tell that because he tells everybody, but there are some things that are cultural to us, like spankings and Big Mama and who we gonna eat and how we do our hair and stuff. And clients have shared with me that they don't want to explain that much about, And I got the sense of it. I have some clients that are LGBTQ, and there are some things where I'm like, honey, I don't know what that is. And I would think that it would be easier for them to have a therapist that's in that modality. But people pick who they pick. But sometimes I have clients that find me and I want to be like, my website spoke to you and said that you should call me, because I'm confused. But you can work with anybody, because people are human and they want to be healed and they want to be loved and they want to be okay. And
they want to be listened to. They just want to be listened to. They want their stories to be heard.
Right. And I will say this: everybody has their style, and I'm gonna listen to you, but I'm gonna challenge you. And I let people know that, like, the first session, like, my brand, if they've been in therapy before, I'm like, I'm probably not like her, because I'm like, let's do this. You said you want to, fix your life, and you let the client lead, but I'm going, what about this over here? But at the end of the day, I believe, and not to confuse with religion, but you are the master of your destiny in terms of the decisions you make, the things you do today are going to impact your life tomorrow. And we don't always look at, like, if I rob a bank, it's likely I'm going to jail. That decision impacted that. If I get involved with Rallo, that could have a bunch of consequences. You know what I mean? If I quit my job, and things are different, and I recognize that. Because Carla, when we were coming up, we didn't have Tinder and
no.
Hinge is a Hinge, and what we have.
I don't know what that stuff is now. I don't know, and that's I'm not on nobody dating site. Okay, I have no idea. But your app. Well, didn't they used to have Backdoor? Wasn't Backdoor a dating site?
I don't know. I found my trouble in person.
Yeah, I don't know.
Person.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just what we did. You met somebody, you dated them, and you went on about your business. I don't know anything about the sites. But yes, you're absolutely right.
And let me say this: Am I taking up too much time?
Well, we're gonna wrap it up soon. We're gonna wrap it up. So you're wrapping up.
Okay, let me say this. This is our first pandemic, and the pandemic has really been difficult for a lot of people. And I think because of how the pandemic has gone, I'm finding that people have engaged in relationships. They done moved in with people and had babies with people and all kind of stuff, because, that's who you happen to be locked down with. And now it seems like the world is opening up a little bit and things are shifting and changing. So I would love for people to be mindful of that. And just, let me see, any points?
Yeah, any closing words?
Let me say this. I didn't touch on, that was then and this is now. Your past is your past. Your past is gone. It's like they say, today is the first day of the rest of your life. You can't do nothing about yesterday and the day before, but you're right here, right now. What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna change? Who are you gonna be? There's a saying that says, we don't find ourselves, we create ourselves. Who are you gonna be? And then lastly, you are what you think. Be careful how you talk to yourself. Sometimes we call ourselves stupid. We call ourselves just all kind of stuff. And sometimes I'm like, oh, Nina girl. But listen, talk good to yourself. There's who's the lady? The lady on Blackish. And I saw her on TikTok. And she said in the morning she get up, she look at herself in the mirror and say, you just one pretty bitch. She just, and you don't have to say that to yourself, but you can say, okay, girl, all right. Like even me, Carla, cookies are a struggle, but I'm like, all right. My locks are coming in. Okay. My eyebrows are doing okay today. I pencil them. So some days are better than others, but I have to encourage me, and you have to, and we never say in theory what you have to, but I will say you have to encourage yourself. Say good things to yourself. I tell people, I love this. Another activity. It's also in my book. Post-it notes. Get you some post-it notes and write down something that encourages you. You're gonna be all right. You got this. I'm gonna overcome this. He don't matter. Forget her. Whatever it is, I tell people put it on your monitor. I have clients that they do like a little vision board thing, and now you can reduce it, and they can have it like in the phone case and stuff. See me and mommy have it in the phone case, and just things to encourage you. Sometimes I cheat, and if I'm really struggling with something, I do a little teeny tiny code on my hand, and I'm the only one that sees it. Whatever it takes, encourage yourself. Tell yourself, look yourself in the mirror and say, I love you. Say, you know what, we got this. I remember, Carla, when we had them starter cars, and yours was Betsy and mine was Wilhelmina. Remember?
Oh, yeah. My first car. Yeah. My first
But
car.
listen, we need to talk to ourselves the way we talk to our cars. I'd be like, come on, Wilhelmina, you can do this, girl. I know it's snow.
Some days were a struggle because you just prayed that the car would start. Yes.
And meditate. I tell people, because I didn't really touch on self-care. Be good to you. Be good to you. When you wake up in the morning and realize you're awake, be thankful. Just be grateful for another day. I'm not getting into religion, but be grateful for another day. And then sometimes we have to do comparative therapy. Everything in my life may not be going the way I need it to, but I can move. I had an aunt that had MS. She couldn't do anything but this. I can move my arms. I can walk for myself. Just try to be, look, my glasses are thick, but I thank God for contact lenses. It could be anything. Just encourage yourself, love on yourself. If you have to take a few minutes and do this, because sometimes we're waiting on other people to love us and other people to care about us and other people to care for us. Do it for you. Start with you. That love that you so freely, you're giving nieces and nephews and your husband and your friend, your boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. Give that stuff to yourself. Love on you. Spend a few minutes meditating on you. And that's it. I don't talk the blue streak in y'all, but thank you so much for listening.
But I need you to once again leave your contact information. Hold your book up again. Where can our viewers purchase your book?
This is my workbook, Love Your Whole Life. I also have a journal. You can find these on Amazon, or my website is www.ninaruffinlcsw.com. These are also available there. Email me.
And in the book, I have a shout out. Let me just say that. In the book, I have a shout out. In the book, I have a shout out.
You do. Because you have been, listen, you knew me when, and you remind me of how far I have come, girl. Sometimes you remind me of stuff. I'll be like, ooh, girl, was I 18? Listen, I don't want to go back. I don't want to repeat any lessons, because they say if I knew then, nope, I made it this far. I don't want to go back. But I would. That night I went out and I had that Donna Karan jumpsuit with my back. I would love to. I want to be that size again.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that outfit. But we used to run the street heavy. We was always in the street doing something, and we've also traveled internationally. So maybe when you graduate and get your doctorates, we're going to Australia, because that's where you've always wanted to go. Australia. Every time we get together, that's what the hell you talk about. Even though I don't want to sit on a plane for that long, but I would do that for you. I love you.
All right, love you.
Bye,
Thank
girl.
You for having me.
I'll call you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Oh, family, technology. Well, thank you for your patience. We are having difficulties again today, but we're going to get through it together. I'm going to bring on my next guest or the next panelist. When I think of patience, I think of her. When I think of peace, I think of her. When I think of the times when, there's been some folks that get under my skin and my head is about to pop off, I always think of my mentor, my teacher, my master teacher, and that is Miss Wanda Harris. Miss Harris.
Hello there. Hi.
Building.
Can you see me?
We're gonna get this technology thing together, because
okay. You can see me, right? Yes,
you're good. I can see you. So I was just telling the folks that when I think of patience, and I think of just finding peace in crazy situations. I think of you. It's
Oh,
because of you that I am not on speed 15 like I used to be on speed 15. I have learned how to be present while being present. I mean, it's every day is still it's a struggle, but I've gotten much better. So I thank you for all of those tools that you've given me to overcome some of those hurdles. And I'm happy to have
wow.
you here today. All
Well,
right, girl, the
well,
stage is
well,
yours.
well, let me say this. I am so happy you said that because when I think of you, and those same things happen to me too. So it's all one thing. It's all unison. So I just love that part about you, and and I'm just happy to be here and always happy to share what is coming through to be shared. So this is a great thing. So I'm so honored to be here. How are you doing, darling? How are you?
Okay, it's a struggle because I'm so fidgety. I'm not really used to sitting for a long time, so
Me
I
neither.
have
Me
to.
neither. Me
Girl,
neither.
I'm just fidgeting around like I'm 5 years old. But hey, I'm a work in progress. The
Yeah.
more I do this, the better
Yeah.
I will become.
Yes.
But you're here today, and I know you want to share. So go right ahead. The floor is
Hmm.
all yours.
Okay. So, anytime you want to stop and interrupt or ask me questions, you can. I'm very glad to have this segue with the Nina who spoke before I came on, and I really wanted to engage or speak about what she said about it's a now time. It's the new time now. So I really want to speak about being in this time where we are today, right now. Um, and we kind of sort of want to not review where we've been, but yet to bring the now new time to us. And that kind of looks like, what can I offer today to the world that is going to inspire, encourage, or bring about this new, or be a part of this new paradigm that is happening. So the whole topic today I want to share is about being able to bring what you have to the table today, the now new time. So I hope that's okay. The now new time is about what you can offer, what you want to really bring to your table with everything that you've gained or learned during this time. So with that being said, take a minute if you can, just to review something that you have gained in this through this pandemic or through this unfamiliar time. I don't want to keep using the word pandemic, but I want to use the unfamiliar time. Think of something that you have gained. It could be one, two things or whatever, and whatever you've gained, that's where your giving lies, in that territory. So if I've gained freedom to be myself, or understanding what I love about myself, that is the gift that you want to really bring forward in the new now. I call it the new now because the now time is now. And with that, you're able then to offer and be a part of what this new paradigm is going to bring. It's not going to look like anything that we have been through before. It's just a new beginning of a continuation of a tree. I like to think of a tree with branches. You know how the leaves leave and they fall off, and the new branches come. The same thing here. So the grounding is always been there, and the leaves of that grounding is the new you, the new now, in the new now of you that's been waiting to come in this moment, waiting to shine in this moment, waiting to be seen in this moment. So we want to really give credit and thanks to what you've gained. If you've gained listening tools, if you've gained an understanding, if you've gained your deeper connection in your spirituality, whatever that may be, then that is your gift. That is your gift to bring forward and to add to this new paradigm. The new paradigm looks sort of like a unity where everybody is giving, sharing, receiving all at once. It's a paradigm where the separation that we've always talked about, having that separation, that's going to be now like an inclusiveness, an inclusive energy where everybody is partaking. So sharing and giving and receiving is all going to be at the same time. So it's no more you and you and I, we and us, them and they. Just looking at a few things that are inclusive subjects or inclusiveness to really speak about. So those new things are the new paradigm that's coming, that's already here actually. So you're getting a chance to forward movement in that unison. So that means where there have been just a separate link, it's going to be now a unity link. If someone is the head of a company, it's not just that they're the head of the company, everybody else along with them is part of being ahead of the company just as well. They may own it, yet those are just titles that we, I guess, have to have in the normal state of being. Yet there is part of that unison. So there is no more separation of they are in control, I'm not. We are all doing this together. So it's all an inclusive paradigm that's happening. Just like now I'm here on this internet or whatever the case may be. You're still one with me, Carla, in this. So it's not like it's just me speaking. You are also a receiver and sharing in. So it's really not a one. It's not a single. That's the new paradigm.
So because of what we've experienced, it shifts how, I guess, we move amongst each other.
Yes. Very good. That's very good. We have now created a gateway or created a sedgeway where maybe before we were walking along, not holding hands. Now, now it looks like a holding hand, a love train. Yeah, remember people all over the world join the love train. No, just okay. So it's almost like that is happening. There is no more. There will be no more separation.
And that makes sense. It's almost as if, you know, what we've lived through and what we're going through kind of lets you know that regardless to how much money you have, regardless to what title you're called at your workplace, yes, we are all one. And we are trying to survive this because at the end of the day, folks, all walks of life have gotten sick. And unfortunately, you know, some people have passed away, some are extremely ill. So this thing doesn't discriminate. And it affects all of us the same way. Yeah.
Yeah. So it kind of like adds in a reference of unity. When it first happened, or we first was going through this major shift, everybody became locked down all over. So it wasn't, okay, if I have this, I can still navigate. Everything was at the same place.
Yes.
A lockdown. Everybody was in the same shifting avenue. Everybody, all of the connections, we all went to internet. So that was in unison where everybody got a chance to do the same thing. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's more like everybody being able to be involved in the inclusiveness already from the gate. Yes. So it really stopped or put a cease on separate. I'm this, therefore I can do that. Well, you can't do that. I can do that.
Yes.
So all along, it was erasing that old way of being. So that allowed us to be able to start to understand or come into the placement of what the new paradigm was going to look like. So it kind of eased us or helped us to get into the movement of that.
Okay.
Enough?
There's a question that came in, and the well, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name. Not sure. I'll just say Mrs. S, because I'm not sure how to pronounce the name.
Okay.
Wants to know how to find her new space in the environment in which we live.
Okay. Well, first of all, like I said before, find out first of all what you've gained. Just do a little mini introspection with yourself, and just maybe write down. Oh, I've gained. I've gained to understand freedom. I've gained to understand that the things I thought I needed, I don't really need.
Yeah.
They are an enhancer, but I probably don't really need them. So if you can start there, and once you start there and write down the gains you have gained, then you're going to be able to use your gain as your stepping stone to how to move through. Everybody has one. Everybody has gained something in this. More than one thing. More than one thing. They've gained a few things. And choose, if you have more than one that you've gained, choose the one that you feel really, really good about and start there. I always say when you start from your comfort space, you can continue on. See?
What are some exercises that folks can do in the morning to kind of get them over a hurdle? Because we have a lot of people that are still kind of not comfortable in the midst of COVID. And now with this new Delta, it's a struggle, or they're still struggling. Well, hell, we're all struggling.
We all trying to move through in a way that feels really, really good for us. We all trying to move through.
3 tips that you could give to someone who is just not doing well in this environment?
Well, would it mean that they're worried, doubt, or fear? Which one? Are we talking about someone who's in those categories?
Yes.
Okay. So we must, just say if we have either one of the 3, everything works for our, if you have worry, doubt, or fear, we want to really get to know what that doubt or worry or fear is. Just being able to pinpoint, what is it? Is it, oh, I'm afraid of catching it. I'm afraid of being around people who have it. So if we have those fears, we want to first align what it is.
This person just sent a message in saying that it looks like the kids are going to have to go back to school, and she's petrified and sending her child back to school because.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. Now, here's what, for her to get clear on where she is. So if she knows that is something that she's really battling or feels a struggle or a little, I like to say an intersection, maybe just an intersection with it.
Okay.
Then in the morning when she first gets up, first I would like her to just appreciate all the things that she enjoy about her child. First of all, I enjoy my child's intuition. I enjoy my child's fun. First of all, we want to get into a comforting zone first of what she enjoys about her child.
Okay.
After she gets into that placement of what it is that she feels good about with her child, then whatever spirituality that she's connected to, she want to really then offer a prayer or a meditation of, I let go and release. And she want to just do this. I let go and release the fear that I have to send my child to school. I let go and release that my child is going to have to be with other people. Her second step is to do the let go and release. Whatever is there. So that's one step she's going to honor.
But it doesn't mean that she doesn't want to follow the protocol.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Follow the protocol, moms and dads.
Okay.
And
now let's say this. All right. Let's say this. All right. Now the protocol is really the last thing about the situation. Trust me. The protocol is the last part of it, actually.
Okay.
Okay. I don't like wearing masks because I like to breathe a lot and I like the air and energy, because I'm just whatever. Yet the protocol is to wear the mask when you are around people, to respect the laws of what the
The
earthly
laws
law.
of the land. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, we're here. Those have to be put in focus when we cannot be in control of that part of it. Okay.
Yes.
So yet, what I do, I say every day, I am so grateful for being able to still do the things that I love in the midst of this. So I'm also honoring moments so I can really take the angst off of, wow, you're wearing the mask and oh my goodness, isn't this torment? Isn't this terrible? So I'm able then to bring all of my harmony parts of what I'm enjoying while this is going on.
Yes.
So that's another part that she must, that's why I have her to release, honor what she love about her child first, and then release what she want to let go, and then tap into her spiritual connection, and then pray, ask, let me be willing to see this differently. Find dear spirit God or whatever she's connected to. I'm so grateful to find a new way of seeing this differently. And now what that means is she's surrendering and letting go. Now she doesn't know how that's going to show up. Don't be surprised how it shows up or where it shows up. Once you do that every day in that order, something will show up for her to ease her. Don't think it has to come the way you want it to come, of course, yet allow it to make its way to you. You see?
Okay.
So it may not, if it comes the way you want it to come, then you have it already pegged. You're already asking. Ask and you shall receive. You know, and this is done all over the place. Okay. Mm-hmm.
We have another comment.
Okay.
In the chat, and Mr. Benjamin wants to know, how does he open the doors of communication with a family member that he hasn't spoke to in years because of a disagreement? Should he pursue the conversation, or should he just make peace should he make peace with himself regarding the situation?
Well, first of all, he wants to make peace with himself anyway, whether whatever happens. Okay. And now, if he feels that he can, once he makes peace with himself, then he can proceed on having the conversation with the family member. Before that happens, there is no peace there, so there's no avenue to start. If he's still holding what's there, what has happened, that has to be brought to a place of clarity seeing before he can really take the step.
So he has to make peace within himself first before he can approach the family member, because if he hasn't found a place of solace with this situation, if he approaches the family member and the family member goes left, then it could be a bad scene. Correct?
Well, it won't gain anything. It will just add more heat to the fire. Okay. And the way he want to gain peace with himself is by coming to a realization or an understanding or a clear awareness of what happened in the situation. So that means he has to put himself in the other person's shoes. And
a lot of people don't do that.
I know. So you have to view it from there. But the only way you can do that is to realize that the world is a school, and everything in it is your teacher. That's well said. That means if I realize that everything is, the whole world is a classroom, and everything in it is my teacher, I'm now going to start to view this a little bit differently from the gate.
Because then it becomes a lesson.
Now, I'm not saying it's going to be an easy, we're not putting any easy, hard, soft, doesn't matter. Right. It's a lesson. Lessons are lessons. It's how we view them. They feel hard because we haven't given up, and he can put this down for himself. The reason why the lessons feel hard is because we haven't given up our attachment to what that is.
Okay.
That clear enough?
Yes.
I never said that before. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why it feels hard. So when it's downloading information as we're speaking, it feels hard because we that's how much we're still holding on to the attachment of what we really want to have. That's why it's hard.
Someone just sent a message through Barbara Jean. Hey, Barbara Jean. Barbara Jean is from Utah. Hey, Barbara
Okay.
Jean.
Hey,
How
Barbara
can one
Jean.
reach you? How can someone reach you?
They can reach me at personalitymirroring@yahoo.com. P is in Peter, ERSONALI, T is in Tom, Y, mirroring, MIRRORING @yahoo.com.
Okay, you also have a Gmail account. Do you
I
know what
do,
your
but you know what? I also can and it's okay. People can call me. I can give my number so they can call me. Let me.
I'm gonna give them first your Gmail
Okay,
account.
you do that.
Your
Okay.
Gmail account is Juan Harris. So that's WANHARRIS 20 @gmail.com.
Yes, because yes, of course. Yes, you know. You know more than I know about it.
Yes,
Okay,
I
yes,
do.
you
I know
reached
more
there.
than what you know.
Thank
Yes,
you. You
yes.
sure do,
So,
because you'll see it and you'll know. Okay, great.
yeah.
Because I was going,
I
what is
just wanted to look that up really quick because I
Thank
know
you.
that you do have a Gmail account. I
I
just
do, and you know, and you know, yes, you know, of course, you know everything about me.
yeah.
So if they want to reach me, they can send a text out to me, or doesn't matter. I can give my number. My number is 973-418-2219. It's better to text me than leave a voicemail, because usually texts I see right away.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for that information.
Yes.
I
So
have a Francine, and Francine wants to know. Francine is it. Well, okay, this is what I'm reading. Francine wants to know if you are interested in taking group sessions. Do you do group sessions? Is what Francine is saying. I'm just still reading through it.
I know
Francine,
you're doing so
Francine
good
wants
though.
to know if you have group sessions, and if so, how much are they? What does that look like?
Well, actually, we are starting to do group sessions. We were doing them before, but we just switch gears for a second, and we're going to start doing group sessions again. But if she wants to, she can also text me, and I can give her information on when that is going to be available. And the prices yet, we're not sure, because we may do something a little bit different, and we're keeping that in mind just as well. But she can text me, and I can be able to update her on the information that's coming.
Yeah, because we will have group sessions starting in 2022. We'll have a ton of group sessions, and it will kind of almost the setup will be like the empowerment conference. We'll probably have maybe 50 folks per session.
Yes.
Just kind of depends, because we've been shown a lot of love and support.
Yes.
We've been shown a lot of love and support from a variety of different angles. And so at this point, it's just, pulling our resources together to have things ready for next year. So as soon as that information is finalized, you will be able to, once again, you can reach out to Wanda, and
Yes.
she'll have that for you. Definitely no later than the end of next month.
Yes, exactly true. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's a Cindy that says she's okay with moving differently in this particular situation that we're in, but how does one find light at the end of the tunnel?
Well, we all want that light, don't we? Like right now, I want it to. We want the tunnel here and the light here. Ah, she may have heard this before, but let me just go into this a little bit deeper or further. She is the light in the tunnel.
Okay.
So there is no a light that's just there waiting for us. I know we hear that. There's light. We are the light to the tunnel. We are the light in the tunnel. We are the light as we go through the tunnel. So Cindy, her name is. Cindy, you are that light. There is light. The way of the light is that you're the light. You're the light of the way. Remember the light, the truth, and the way. Yeah. So you're the light of that tunnel. Your light.
It starts within. It starts with
your light is the whole thing. You know, just a quick sidebar. I was trying to rush, but you know, also when people think that because I do what I do, that I don't have my own personal pieces to this puzzle. I do too. I have to walk what I'm talking about. I have to speak what I'm talking about. I have to be a part of an active participant in the blessings that I receive, and everybody does. You have to be your own revelation of what you're bringing to it. It must be personal. So I wanted to rush through. I figured the lesson was so difficult. Well, like holding on, difficult or hard, and that's why I knew. I said, okay. It's how much I'm holding on to is how difficult I think the lesson is going to be, because everything is a teacher in the classroom in the world. Right. And so I would look at every day, I would open up my phone and I would look at, let me see how the cases are going. Oh, that means, they're getting better. So that means this lesson I'm going through is, wow, it's coming to an end there, whatever. And so I hit internal messages all the time. And the message said to me internally, it speaks to everybody. Once you are clear enough to hear it, it's there. You may not like it, but it's there. And it said to me, don't look at this every day. Look once a month, or better still, give you twice a month, maybe once at the beginning, one in the middle. That's not going to be, because that's not your landing light to know that your lesson in this is done. You are in an endless practice. So when that shined on me, the endless practice, I went, so I could rest and go, oh, I'm not using that as my light guiding on what the readout is. Yeah. I am the journey. So that was something for her, for Cindy to, that was an experience that I had, the endless practice. So she's the light. That tunnel is her. She creates everything in that light, or co-created in that light of what's being put there. I always tell people, if you're listening to the news, and that's okay, because you want to know what to do, where to go, I'll hear it anyway, someone will tell me. But yet, you want to really put in more of what you want to hear and where you want to be and what you want to see, more than you put in what you don't want. So if you listen to the news 2 or 3 times a day, I guess, I don't know, put in 5 or 6 times what you want to be, and what it has to outshine. What you want has to outshine what you don't want.
That's excellent. Yeah, I have someone who just sent a message through, Roger, and Roger has said that, do you think it is a good idea to not watch television as often? I don't know, Roger, how often you're on, you're watching television. But Roger says he's interested in changing his mindset and wants to know if he should stop watching television to do so.
Okay. So here's a signal. We all have something I call alert notifications.
Yes.
That means that we'll be alert with what we get signals. If he feels good with what he's watching, feel good. So there's a level of feeling good and not feeling good. If I watch an abuse program, I'm not going to feel good. I'm just not. I'm going to be tensed. I'm going to be enraged. I'm going to be not at my peaceful state. So if something brings him peace, then that's what he needs to watch. So let's just say I was watching, I'll give you a prime example. I was watching two shows every night. Well, not every night, but mostly. I got into watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, a very funny show, and the show called Alias. That's an intense show. It's about she's an assassin, and it's very intense. And I told my daughter, I said, if I watch Alias, right behind it, I have to watch something funny, something entertaining, something really that's going to really put me in a very soft way of being. And I didn't go to sleep until I watched something relaxing and funny, something to put me in a softer way of being. I could not just go to bed and watch Alias because it was too intense. I felt it in my body. I shrugged. I went, oh my goodness, I'm feeling really tensed up. Now, this is not a good show, but I pick and choose the shows I want to watch when I want to watch them. So I always say never, go to sleep with an intense show that has happened. Have a bit of humor before you go to sleep. So that would really, I hope that's some assistance for Roger. We're not going to pick your shows for him. Only he knows what's really good for him. But he can feel, if he's comforted, really comfort place of being, and he feels peace with it, then he can know to watch that show.
So what are some, and that was some good feedback. What are like 5 things that someone, or techniques that someone could do to kind of feel better about their current situation, or change their mindset on a situation, because maybe they're going through a tough time and they can't seem to find the light? It's about following the light to get out of the tunnel, but if you don't see the light, then you don't necessarily know when you're going to be able to get out of the tunnel, or how to move towards getting out of the tunnel.
Okay, let's think of not 5 things. Let's think of 1 or 2, only because 5 gives them a lot to go, oh, I have a lot to do.
Yeah.
So if we have a situation, like I mentioned earlier, and these are the same steps. First, find what you've gained in that situation. Well, you could do it this way too. First, realize the gains in it. And if you say, well, there's nothing there, there's always a gain moment. If I have a good friend and I found out the friend have betrayed me or taken my money or done something, I can find a gain moment in that. I'm going to gain now how to choose my friends wisely. Isn't that a gain? Yeah. So you want to find out first what the gain is for you. The gains first. And once you find the gain first, then proceed to release what is not comfortable. So 2 steps. First, you find the gains. Okay. And then release. I release the fact that I feel this way with this person. I release the fact this person I think has done this to me. So whatever is not really complimentary, you want to do a release moment for that.
Right.
And then after that, you again want to connect to whatever type of spirituality you have and surrender it. Surrender it. Now I'm going to give something that's really, and this is really a very ancient. It's a very ancient practice, and it comes from Hawaii, and it's called Ho'oponopono. And what they do, they've been doing it for years. And any situation you think in your mind brings you discomfort, whatever it is, anything you could use it on. You see what that is in front of you, and you say this to it. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. So you can do it in any order. As long as you do that a few times, you'll start to feel a peace come over you. So it's a very old, ancient practice, but it's really very powerful. So yeah.
And so just start off with something small.
Yes.
Learn how to become comfortable with that.
Yes.
And after they become comfortable maybe with that technique, is there something else? Because I know you don't want to give folks too much, but after they become comfortable with that technique, is there another technique they could utilize, and then we're done with the techniques.
Well, then they'll start to be guided to an internal listening. You'll start to listen. You'll start to hear some things that may show up for you that you haven't heard. So then you're going to start to be aware. The next step is just to be aware.
Okay.
Once you are aware of your inner listening, then the steps will start to guide you personally. You'll start to really have a feeling, because this is an individual process. So there's no main process. There's no main technique around it, because it starts to guide you.
Okay.
So therefore you want to have an inner listening. And I would always say, pick up and read things that interest you, to have you to be aware, to connect to who you are, to connect to the real, the inner you, the true you.
Okay.
So that's really some pieces and parts of it. It's deeper than that, but that's a stepping stone start.
If you could just leave your personal information again. Folks are submitting comments and wanting to have your personal information. So just leave one email address. And I guess what I'll do is in my podcast, I will also leave very detailed information for how people can reach you. I can also leave information on my YouTube page. So if you could just repeat one more time how someone can reach out to find you, that would be great.
Okay, good. Personality mirroring at yahoo.com. And what was the one, the Gmail, Carla?
I am going to have to look for that.
That's right. I'll give you my phone number. I can give my number. It's okay.
I got it. I have it. Hold on. So the Gmail address is WANHARRIS20@gmail.com. You can reach her there. Any parting words? Because I'm sorry, I was a tad bit distracted because my next speaker is in the hospital, but she's been struggling all week. Yeah, she's been struggling all week. So now she's in the hospital. So I'm sorry. I'm just receiving text messages from her husband. So any parting words for you?
Yes, we want to first send healing to the next person.
Yeah.
To her, to know that everything is working in divine right action, and know that she is a miracle, and she's amazing, and her body can just do amazing things. We want to first know that.
And we're sorry that you couldn't be here to be on the panel today, but you'll make up for the next one.
We're still sending her all the love, and know that she is a being of light, love, and every cell in her body is working at full capacity.
We're sending her love. Absolutely. Yes. So do you have any parting words?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Just know that you are all amazing. We are such geniuses. We are the gift to the world, and the world is the gift to us. And I just want to leave that with everybody.
Excellent. We appreciate you. I guess what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to put the guest on. I'll just play some music for you guys.
Yes, they can take it all in. They can take it in and digest it.
We have set times for this panelist to speak. And so I'm sorry about this, guys.
Hey, there's no accident.
There's no accident. Yeah, this is life. This is real. Yeah. This is real. This is life. So
you know what? There's no
we're
accident.
We're just going to put you on pause for a little while, and we will pick this back up shortly. Thank you, Wanda.
Yes, people take time to digest. Bye.
Bye. So like I said before, guys, my panelists had a set time in which they were to speak, but my next panelist is in the hospital, and that's pretty serious. I'm so sorry to hear that, and I'm sending her love. But I'm just going to put you guys on pause for a few, and we will start our conference back momentarily. Thank you so much for your patience. Bye. Well, it looks like we're still having some form of now is technical difficulties. I don't know. My next guest, Keisha Daly. Um, I'm not sure what's happening. Thank you guys so much for your patience. Oh, maybe we have Keisha Daly? Keisha Daly? Oh my, we have had some technical difficulties today, and one of the panelists got ill. Well, she was sick from the other day, or actually for a week, and she couldn't make it in, and so the devil is busy. Okay, now we're echoing. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I don't know. Yeah, okay, maybe that's better now. Can you hear me?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, that's much better. So there was an echo. I don't know if it was on my side or what, but we've
Seems like
had
it's
some
on my
technical difficulties. Hold on, let me turn my light back on.
Okay.
That's much better. Okay. Hi, Keisha Daly.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. The devil is busy. The devil is busy, okay?
I know, I
Oh
know.
my God. All right. Thank you so much, family, for your patience. Once again, one of the panelists was ill. She's been sick for a week. Her husband had to take her to the hospital, so that's why there was a pause in the conference. However, we are back in business, so thank you once again. I have a woman who refused to not allow what she didn't have to stop her from pursuing her dreams. She used all of that energy as an instrument to push her forward to obtain some of her goals. And so let's put our hands together for my beautiful sister-in-law, Miss Keisha Daly. Keisha, finally, honey, the floor is all yours. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's my pleasure being on this platform. I have been counting down the days, a bit nervous, even though we're not seeing everyone face to face, but
No need
I
to be
got a
nervous.
little nerve-wracking. Yeah, yeah. So
Take it
my
away,
my
however you want to start.
journey being a businesswoman all started um, when I was 17 years old. I graduated high school. You would call it middle school. So I decided that I wanted to buy and sell stuff. Stuff meaning like clothing, jewelry, shoes, all of the above that men and women likes. So some of you might listen to the podcast interview. I'm a hustler, and some of you are familiar with what I'm going to say. However, for persons wanting to start businesses, let me say that it's not easy to start a business, but once you have a mindset, you will get there. There are a lot of businesses online, worldwide, everywhere. However, the market is big. Everybody has their customers. Doing business, you have to know what kind of customers you have. You have to know the market, your platform as well. As an online business owner as well, you have to have content, meaning that how you present your stuff, how you interact with your clients. So I used to go to Kingston in Jamaica to purchase goods for my little shop. That was about 2007. So I went and I purchased a few stuff, maybe 12. We say 1 dozen in Jamaica. I would definitely, my mom, she has a grocery shop. I would use hangers to hang the clothes and I would hang them there. And that's where my journey all started. I didn't think of a name then because as it's just in a neighborhood, I said, okay, well, that is not necessary. I don't need a name or stuff like that. Everyone just know Keisha selling stuff. However, in 2014, I got pregnant. I decided that the journey is too much. However, I could not stop going. So my baby was almost born on a bus. However, up to 8 months, I have been traveling back and forth, purchasing stuff. So I decided I was going to give it a little time, but it's just in me. It's just in me, to do stuff for myself, whether I am working for someone or I'm earning otherwise. I just like to do stuff for myself. I thought I would give it a little time, but it wouldn't allow me. So during that time when I had my baby, I was still selling a little stuff, but it wasn't much. So I drifted a little. However, I started working for my previous company again in 2015, and I started my journey again. Right then and there, I decided I am going to need a name. So a friend of mine then, she always says to me, Keisha's Closet, what's on the market? Every time she sees me, she would say, Keisha's Closet, what's new? What's new? And I would smile and I would show her what's new and stuff like that. And I think to myself that, okay, this is it. My business will be Keisha's Closet from now going forward. So I put everything I got into the business. I put a lot of time in the business. I research a lot. I have a little thought here and there, what next to try. You know, sometimes you want to try different products. Sometimes it don't work, but you still give it a try because it's business. You never know what will be sold or what the customers may come asking for. You never know. Um, a little about my background is that my father, he has his own furniture store. He is self-employed from I being born until now. He's self-employed. He makes quality furniture. So I would say it's in my blood. My mom, she used to operate a grocery, operate a craft store in Negril. Yes, Negril, Jamaica. Before she migrated to the USA, she used to operate a craft shop in Negril. So during that time in the late 90s, she used to allow me to travel by myself to go to craft shop. And hell yeah, I did make a lot of money. Yes, I did. I didn't just stand there and watch persons passing. I introduced myself and I said, take a look, and hell yeah, I made a lot of money. Yes. So basically, it's definitely in my blood. So I continued doing business. I continued to research and I say, okay, I need a logo that if anyone sees that logo, that's definitely me. Yes. And I branch out in doing that, making my logo, posting on Instagram and Facebook, which time goes by, I created a website. It's on construction now. So definitely you have to give a lot of thought before you enter doing business, especially selling online for persons who want to start and say, but if, what if? You can't have those thoughts if you want to try doing something for yourself. You have to give it what you got. Once you give it what you got, then definitely it will work. Definitely so. So, some time ago, I I normally purchase vendors list. That's my top secret. Vendors list. I purchased a vendors list from a certain person on Instagram. I won't disclose her name. I went through the list knowing that persons are from China and it didn't give me anything. I messaged the person and she says that, oh, it's the time difference and stuff like that. I said, okay, let me wait. I messaged for hair vendors, clothes vendors, shoes vendors. No one responded. I know China, they're 13 hours ahead of us. And when it's nighttime in Jamaica, it's daytime in China. So I said, okay, let's give it a little time. So giving it a little time, and I messaged her and I said, hey, I paid $60 US for this, and that's like 10,000 and change Jamaican dollars, and that's a lot of money for us here. And she said that wait until such and such a time. If you don't get a response, then get back to me. I was discouraged. I was furious. I was frustrated. I did not say anything. However, a random person saw me messaging her on IG, and the person sent me another vendor. And I said to the person, "How did you find me?" He said, or she said, "I saw you being frustrated and I have been through it. So I thought I would share some of what I gained from this vendor with you." I quickly messaged the vendor, and trust me, I know that God is always on my side. When I messaged the vendor and I explained to her, she said her list was like $75 and she's going to give it to me for $25. I'm like, are you kidding? Are you going to send it for sure? Are you scamming me? I, a lot of thought came to mind. So after doing that, she sent over the list and I messaged quite a few vendors on it. And before end of day, I got a lot of response. So definitely that works. I saw her advertising just the same, and I said, okay, and messaged her again. And I said, okay, how much is this list? And she said, this list consists of so and so vendors, it has celebrity vendors, and that's exactly what I was looking for, because I don't want to be the normal online entrepreneur. I want to go out of the box. I want to have different stuff. I don't want to do what everyone else is doing. So once I did that, I purchased it and I messaged the celebrity vendors. Now I added here to my collection, so that vendor, she sent me a sample and we collaborated and stuff and so forth. And it worked. Those vendors list work. So for persons who wanted to start their businesses, you can start by purchasing a vendor's list to see what they have to offer. The vendors are not going to contact you, so you have to put the work in for it to. So I was there. I was there, and business seemed to be flowing. And during the pandemic time in 2019, 2020, somewhere there, the business got a bit slow. The stuff they were there not selling and stuff like that. Again, it was God who sent someone. I saw this random person posting free IG stories, and I said free IG stories. So I went into their inbox and I said, hey, how does it work? She said, I would send her the stuff. She would choose what she wants, and I would send them to her. So I said, okay, this is a big risk for me. It's a big risk for me. I will go ahead and do that. And I sent her the collection. She chose what she wanted, and boom, my business blew up right then and there. This person, some of you might have seen her on IG. Some of you might have been following her. Her name is Lyric Rochester. She is an influencer. I've never met her in person, but the relationship we have, it's like we've known each other for years. I sent her my items. She wore them for me. She wore brand Keisha's Closet well. When I say well, I meant well. I've gained sales from that. She gave me a little tip or two, what to do, what not to do, what to say, what not to say. So, right then and there, I had to go back to the drawing board to see what I had not been doing or what I need to go over and stuff like that. Um, so I gained sales from that, you know, working my way, putting in the work for my business to grow. Um, Not everything or everyone you see posting on Instagram means that their business is going well. Not persons having a big store or you have a big clothing line, it doesn't mean that business is going well. Sometimes that only costs you. Having the big store, having massive clothing, a tip or two for persons who wanted to start business. Never purchase more than 3 pieces of the same item. You purchase 3 pieces of the same item. Once you do that, and it's a win-win for you, then you can think about doing maybe 6 or 12. But never start a business and purchase more than 3 pieces of the same item. So back to the lyricist story. She helped me gain a lot of customers, a lot of followers. I've made a sale here and there, you know, and it's worked in my favor. Definitely did. It worked in my favor. So I have been purchasing online now. I have been using the vendors just the same. I now have new vendors. If you see me posting my Tory Burch sandals, if you see me doing my tie-dyes, those are all my ideas to do the tie-dye t-shirts with the graphic on it. Those are all my ideas. If you go to my page, it's Keisha.closet on Instagram and Facebook. You can find it right there. You know, it has everything. You know, I try to do a lot of content on my page for it to catch clients to purchase, not to only follow my business page, but also to purchase, you know. So it's not just about following, it's also about getting clients, getting sales, I must say. So I have been through a downfall in the business, but um, let me say it worked. It worked. I have been through a lot during this time of the pandemic, but I had to pull myself together for it to work. It's about 3 or 2 months ago. I purchased some stuff. My shipping company in Jamaica was not doing so well with customs and collecting and so forth. So I decided that I needed a change. I had this friend of mine who he does business just the same, and you know, he told me that he could allow me to use his name to get 25% of the purchases that we've made. However, I ventured into that. I purchased the stuff, purchase. I've been using the address. It all my goods are worth over 700 US dollars. That's almost 100,000 Jamaican dollars. I lost everything. I lost everything. I didn't even receive an eyelash from what I purchased. When I contacted him, he was like, "It is what it is. You just have to wait until the investigation is through. We do what we're doing to get it back." I wanted to pull my wig off my head. I wanted to tear my lashes off. I totally gave up. I gave up. I didn't want to do anything. I gave totally up. But you know, when you have someone that believes in you and they see the potential you have as a businesswoman, they're not going to allow you to give up. So I must give credit to my partner. He he mentioned to me that no, don't give up, don't give in. I will assist you in purchasing stuff and more so. So that's even much better as a business person when you have your partner that believes in you, you know, that's even much better as a business person. So I started, purchasing stuff again, and I came back stronger than before. Not that I don't want to get back my $700 because I'm not going to allow that to just go away like that,
Right.
I need my $700. But as for now, I'm just focusing on new stuff for the business. I am going to do a collaboration with Lyric on the tie-dye tees that you may see on my page. We are going to collaboration soon. We're going to have a tagline for that as well, so you can look out for that. Persons who are not yet following me, you need to go and follow me. Keisha.closet on Instagram. We will be doing a raffle very soon. We'll be giving away smart TV very soon. So if you're not following me, go ahead and, search me up and follow me. So basically, that's where my journey went until now. I am still trending. I still have a lot of new pieces to show y'all. My sister-in-law, my host over there, she always says, "Girl, I got you. I got you." She's always, commending me, commending the work that I put in the business, as a young girl and, as an older person. I have to give credit to you for acknowledging me very well. So
Hey, listen,
that's
it's
my
always
journey.
love. It's always love, and it's about girl power. Shout out to your partner though,
I
because
can hardly hear you though.
can you hear me now? I don't know what's going on with technology.
Let me try it
I-
over here.
Can you hear me?
Just a bit. Let me try it over here.
Oh my God. Family, thank you for holding on. We have had horrific. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Okay. It's always love and it's all about girl power. So if you win, I win. And if I win, you win. But shout out to your partner because I'm going to tell you, and I haven't met him yet, but I like him. I like him a lot because you definitely see the difference in how you are um, moving forward with your business. You can see that. And I told you that the other night, like, wow, that's you, Kiki. That's you echoing. That's not me.
Okay, let's see what's happening here.
Well, family, once again, more technical difficulties. Today has been quite crazy, but we're still trying to push through. Keisha is back on, so let me just let her back in the room.
Okay,
Can you hear me now?
let
It's
me
still a bit
see
of an
what's
echo.
happening here. Yes, I'm hearing you now. Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am. I think that's better. Okay. Your
I'm not
partner, I
sure what's
haven't met
happening
him yet.
here.
I haven't met your partner, but I like him because you definitely see the growth in your business. You can see your merchandising style has changed a lot.
Not
You have
hearing you. Oh
oh
my
my
God.
God. Okay, hold on. I don't think it's me though. Hold on. Can you hear
I
me
don't
now?
know.
Can you hear me now? Hold on, hold on.
Let me
I
see.
don't know what the hell. Um, maybe you should log out and log back in.
All right, let me do that. Let me do that.
Okay. Family, as Auntie Tab would say, where is production? We need production today. I need production today more than I did yesterday, but I'm still here. We're still fighting through this. So that's my sister-in-law, Keisha Daly, live from Jamaica. Keisha is an entrepreneur who has fabulous items on her website, so you guys need to check it out. Not only does she sell clothes, she sells eyelashes, she sells hair. It's a one-stop shop. Oh, she also sells shoes. I forgot about that. It's a one-stop shop. So if you need an outfit and hair, you check out Keisha's Closet, because she'll get you right. Oh, and I forgot, she also has accessories as well. So the first step is checking out her website, and you can also send her an email, because maybe you might want to have a consultation with her first. She would be more than happy to do that as well. And then you guys will be able to kind of work together in finding items from her boutique that will suit whatever form of event you have, or if you just need, some everyday slippers, pocketbooks, whatever, contact Keisha's Closet, because she has a variety of items at really good prices also. She's not overly expensive.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, God. Okay, so I wanted to say, or what I said earlier was, if you win, I win, and if I win, you win.
Yes.
Shout out to your partner, because I definitely see the growth in how you are moving your business forward. You have a crazy variety, a crazy amount of variety in your shop now, which I told you I love. I know that you have hair and you have makeup and you have shoes, accessories. So you're doing a lot. And I told you the other night, like, you're ready for a boutique, because you have everything from start to finish. And so shout out to your partner. Once again, I haven't met him, but there's a glow in you. And so if you're happy, I'm happy for you.
Yes.
Keisha, I got all kind of questions that are coming through though. And so I kind of wrote a few down. Yeah. One question was, what does determination look like? This young lady says, and she didn't leave a name, she says she doesn't have much money. I mean, you went into basically your story about how you started, and that your mother and father both have businesses in Jamaica. They still have businesses in Jamaica. Shout out to the original Mama Daly, okay, and Mr. Daly as well. So you learned a lot from your parents, and you were able to utilize that in your adult life, because you knew that you didn't want to work for anyone else. But this young lady wants to know, how do you start? Because she doesn't have much. She says she really doesn't have much, but she wants to know how to start with little to nothing to create some form of a business. Hopefully I got that right.
If you have $50, that's good enough to start. You can go to places that have sale. Always look for the sales item.
Right.
Once you have a little bit, you start buying the sales item. When I say sale item, I mean, for example, I could give you Rainbow. For example, Rainbow, they always have crazy sale. You would look for things
Are you talking about Rainbow in America?
I am.
Okay, you know about Rainbow? That's what I'm like, okay, Rainbow? All right.
I am a #1 Rainbow shopper.
Yeah. Rainbow has really good prices. Rainbow has really good prices.
You said her name was Renee?
No, Keisha, I forgot what the girl's name was. I'm sorry. Because I have so many comments that are coming through. I'm sorry, ma'am.
So for the person who don't have a lot of money, you don't need to have a lot of money to start, especially in America, where you can go into the stores. It's not like we're in Jamaica where, I have to ship them here. If you have $50, that's enough to start. You can get at least 10 pieces of items with that. What you want to look for are items that your audience will wear. So, for example, I'm wearing this oversized dress. it's a Burberry oversized dress. I know that some of my my clients are skinny and some are medium size. They may say, "Where did you get that to purchase?" I'm
Yeah.
selling them. What you need out of every piece of item that you have, you need to wear a piece from that. For example, if you purchase 4 blouses, one is yours. That's how you start.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
once you do that, so you can even start by creating an Instagram page, because everyone is on Instagram now. You give yourself a name which is easy to find. You don't want to give your name, your business, something that's very hard to find. So you can go to Rainbow. Um, you can purchase from AliExpress. They have good vendors over there who sends your stuff actually. You can send me an email and I could hook you up with a few vendors. As I said, I have a list of vendors. I'm not into selling my vendors lists. I just give away lists like that, you know. So you can email me at keishascloset@gmail.com. We could talk further on there.
I'm not sure if she was overseas or if she was here, because you are 100% correct. Here in America, you can look like $1 million. You just have to know where to shop. You can look like
Absolutely.
$1 million and it's not hard.
Absolutely. My sister Anika, she shops from Rainbow only when they have sale.
Mhm.
And if you look at her pieces, you can see.
Yeah, you can look like $1 million here and not spend a lot. You
I
just
know,
have to
right?
know, you have to know where to go.
Yes, absolutely.
You have to
Absolutely.
know where to go. I
Hmm.
have a Brenda, and Brenda wants to know if she's interested in selling hair and eyelashes. What tips do you have for her?
Okay.
And I don't
So
know where she's from, but
Brenda, for hair, you need to do a sample of the hair that you want to sell. So you as the seller, you have to purchase the hair for yourself, wear it, and then you may decide if you want to purchase it.
yeah.
I have had vendors who I've tried, they may say, okay, I'm sending you this density of hair, it's 180%, and when I get it, it's thin, there's nothing in the hair. I don't
Mm,
never want to see that vendor again. So you can't just get up and say, okay, I'm gonna purchase, I'm gonna purchase some hair for sale. And then when it comes to the end of it, your clients are very unhappy because the lace is not good, the hair is thin, or
flimsy.
something.
Yeah.
Brenda, you can shout me out too. I'll give you a list of vendors where you can choose from, eyelashes as well. My hair vendors, they always sell eyelashes, so you have a one vendor to do that just the same. So sorry, Brenda, if you're into hair, you need to purchase a variety of hair for yourself. For example, if you like longer lengths, if you may do curly hair or straight hair, you need to test it for yourself before you can even think about purchasing it to sell clients.
Okay. Karen wants to know, and Karen is from Trinidad. Hey,
Mhm.
Karen.
Hi,
Karen
Karen.
wants to know, where do you see yourself, Keisha, 5 years from now? Business wise, where do you see yourself?
Oh,
And what steps do you have in, wait, let me read this again. Okay, so she wants to know where you see yourself in 5 years and what steps have you placed in motion to get there. I'm sorry, Karen girl, I messed up your question.
in 5 years, see myself um, operating, um, let me see, a one-stop shop, as you may say, Carla. So the
One stop
one-stop
shop, yeah.
shop, yeah, the one-stop shop has um, makeup, it has hairdressers, it has barbers, and it has my clothing line. Steps that I am already putting into that is to gather in a group of young ladies who are interested in doing hair who wants to learn makeup, who is interested in modeling for a clothing line. You know, some persons, you in Jamaica, we call it the ghetto over there. You may say the projects. There are a lot
Well,
of girls.
I say urban. I don't really say
Okay.
ghetto. I use the terminology urban, okay? Because we
There's a
all
lot.
know what an urban area is, whether it's in the US or it's in a foreign country. An urban area are oppressed people
Right.
who live in
There's a lot of girls,
concentrated
there's a
areas.
lot of teenage girls in Jamaica
Yeah.
would want to wear um who would want to wear a Tory Bird sandals, they would want to wear a Burberry t-shirt, they may want to wear a
Yeah,
tees and
they do the
biker
same
shorts,
thing here. They
and
do the
and
same
they
thing
can't
here.
afford it. So what you want, what I'm planning to do is I have my planner right there on the table. I've written everything down, what's in line, what I want to do, you know, is to gather these young ladies, you know, keep them under my wings. You know, I may want to have them to say, okay, I'm wearing this tees and biker shorts from Keisha's Closet. My
Right,
slippers
right,
is from Keisha's Closet.
right.
So you have to set that tone before you can even think about, you know, getting a boutique. And, you know, we may say 5 years is far, but it's not. It's not. So you have to start somewhere by doing that now, which we're currently doing. I have my best friend. She works alongside with me just the same. Her name is Kim's Hair Care on IG. You can follow her and see her work as well. So we work
Okay.
alongside each other. Yes, and we get the ball rolling. So 5 years from now, that's what we'll be doing. And it may not even take so long.
Excellent. You have a Pamela, and it looks like Pamela is from France. Hey, Pam. Pamela wants to know what type of hair are you wearing, Keisha? Is that from your collection?
Oh yes, yes it is.
And what is
This
it called?
it's actually a closure. So it's not a lace front, it's just a closure. It's a jerry curl hair. So my hairdresser, who's my best friend, she colored and installed it. So yes, this is from my collection.
She wants to know how much is that and how can she reach out to you for that item?
Okay, so shoot me an email, keishascloset.com, and we will talk further.
Okay, thank you. Now you have another question. I think this is Nelline. I'm not quite sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. She said that she's been watching your Instagram page, makeup, your Facebook page. So shout out to her for shouting you out.
Oh, hi, Miley. Thank
She
you
wants
so
to
much.
know if you do makeup consultation, and if so, should she send a email to you? Do you have
Yes,
like how should she reach you?
email, all email.
Okay.
Once you shoot me an email, I'm always on the phone, on the computer. Once you send an
She wants
email,
to know if
you
you have any availability for the middle of next month. She says she's getting married, and this is what she says. She says she's getting married. She has 4 women that are in her bridal party. She has no idea how to put makeup on. Do you do a Zoom consultation where you can walk them through how to apply makeup for? She
I
needs
do.
to email you. She needs to email you. Okay.
Yes,
And you'll
yes.
discuss prices and all of that once you guys have a conversation about next steps. Okay. You got all kind of stuff coming in, Keish. Once again, you want to give the viewers your email address, your contact information, because I'm getting lots of hits of that. People just
That's
want to know how to
fine.
reach you.
keishascloset@gmail.com.
Excellent. And you have a
You
few
need
folks.
to send me a message via WhatsApp. My number is 876-412-3177. And that's 876-412-3177.
You have a lot of folks that are just congratulating
Thank
you on your
you.
accomplishments. You have
Thank
people
you.
from the D, from where I'm from. So people there are shouting you out. You have people from Jamaica, folks from Trinidad, folks from Guyana, people from all over the world are watching this,
Thank you,
and
thank
they're
you so
shouting you
much for
out.
the
So
love. Thank you all.
before we end your segment, what are some parting words? Okay, wait, let me just start over. For someone who is interested in starting a business and doesn't have much money but has a vision, they have a vision and they have a dream. If there were three things that you want them to take away from our conversation today, what would it be? Three things.
Okay, so number one, never allow the amount of money that you have to stop you from operating your business.
Okay.
Number two, you have to know your market. When I say market, I mean your clients. Know who you will sell your stuff to. Know who will purchase, because guess what? You have some persons who are friends, who are family members. They don't want to support you. They don't want to see you doing good. So put them aside and you focus on the persons that wants to support you. Some persons, they don't want to see you win.
Yeah.
I would call them business bullies. That's what they want to do. Yeah, I would call them business bullies.
Hashtag business bullies. All right, that's your hashtag.
Yes.
I'm writing that down.
And number three,
Yeah.
don't you ever say that it's too much businesses. The market is there for everyone to win. It's big enough for you, for me, for Carla, for everyone. Once you start it, you will make it. And once you have a mindset that I am going to make it, let me tell you that it's not easy. It's not
Right.
easy. Once you're consistent, consistency is key.
Yeah.
And even if you don't have the item as yet and you put the order in, this is the next step. You said three, but I'm giving you another one. Once you, for example, if you go to Rainbow and you purchase this dress, then you know, okay, it will be shipped by next week. You take a screenshot or save the image and you post it in your stories.
Yeah.
Post it on your page. Let the clients, let viewers know that, okay, this is our new arrival. It will be here such and such a day. That works. So
I think that well, I know that what God has for me, He has for me. So it doesn't matter if there are 92 people doing the same thing that I'm doing. What God has for me is mine. And it's almost like shopping in a grocery store. When you go into a market, there's several different types of cake mix. There's several different types of icing, but yet and still these stores carry the variety because there's something for everyone. So do not be discouraged. What God has for you, He has for you, and nobody can take that away from you.
Yes. You can't sit and wait for stuff to come to you. You have to go and get it. Be a go-getter. What your parents have is not yours. What your partner has is not yours. What you work for is yours. And that's my take. Yeah.
Kiki girl, don't let business bullies, hashtag don't let business bullies stand in the way. All right, I'm going to use that. We love you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Family, up next is Monica. Monica's an entrepreneur, but she also has a story to share about domestic violence. Now, listen, we're not glorifying domestic violence at all. We're not. It's disgusting. But she's here to tell her story, and she's telling a story about how she overcame that and how she didn't allow that to hold her back from her being able to pursue her dream. So, I want you guys to put your hands together and give a warm round of applause for Monica. Monica, are you ready? Hi, Monica.
Hi, I'm ready. How are you doing today?
I am doing okay. We have had tons of technical difficulties, but we're still pushing full speed ahead.
That's
But we
good.
have you on now, and I was just telling the viewers that you're an entrepreneur in the D in Detroit. Once again, shout out to everybody in Detroit. We love Detroit.
Everybody,
It's a wonderful city to live in. Um, and how you were once a victim of domestic violence. However, domestic violence doesn't make you, it didn't break you. First of all,
it
it
did
didn't
not.
break you. We don't glorify it, but we all have a story to tell. And so you're going to tell your story about domestic violence and how it didn't stop you from moving full speed ahead, and how you knew that when you were in that situation, you wanted more. And, you just made the right steps for you and your children. So I'm going to let you tell your story.
Well,
Take it away.
it seemed all good in the beginning. It always does. Okay. Peaches and cream. And then this individual that you think you know turns into a monster right before your eyes. It happens so quickly that you don't have a chance to even gasp what you're going through. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Yes, he worked and he was in the streets, so that caused more problems. So with that being the situation, anytime he would come home, I was being checked about the phone, being on the phone. If I was on the phone, just like I'm a 2-year-old. What have I been doing all day? Who have I been talking to all day? Checking in. That's when the Nextel alert thing phones where they would chirp you and would ask, what's your destination before I could even get home. I would get calls
That's real old
constantly.
school.
Yes, I
old
would
school,
get
the
calls
Nextel.
constantly at work while I was at work. I mean, overhead for people calling me just to come and get the phone. I knew at a point when I got hit so hard, my contact dislodged from my eye, it was time to go. But before it even led up to there, I took a whole lot, multiple times, thinking that it would change because a person would tell you, I'm sorry, it will never happen again. But if a man hits you once, he's going to continue to hit you. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. It's scary because it's not only mentally controlling you, it's physically controlling you as well too. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it and make it seem like it's so easy to get out of, because it's not as easy as people would like to think it is to get out of. Oh, girl, just leave. I don't even know why you stayed. No, that's not true. That's not true. I tried multiple times, but you have to be ready. Yourself has to be ready in order for you to be able to say, I'm ready to leave this alone. Now, I sat back, dealt with this, not only hiding from the black eyes and things like that from family, from work and everything. I had to deal with this on my own. I didn't have the help that I needed as far as family, because family thought, well, you left once, you're going to go back again. So they turned their back on you. And when they turn their back on you, where do you go to? Who do you run to? Couldn't call the police, had control over everything. I didn't have anything that I can do. Had me purchase handguns that I had no control over and put them in a safe that I had no key code to. So when I finally decided that enough is enough, I got up, I left with the clothes on my back, grabbed my keys, took my babies, left, and never turned back. Never blinked an eye, never said I'm coming back again or anything. regardless if he said he was going to change. Oh, we can go to therapy. None of that. Did not decide to do any of that. But it took the courage for me to say that I'm ready to get out of this. I mean, it was times where come home, whatever he is doing in the streets, and I had to deal with that. I'm the one getting abused on because he's thinking I'm taking his money and purchasing clothes that I already work for to pay for myself. These are the things and signs women need to pay attention to. Anytime a man is so controlled over you to the point where you can't do anything with your own financial income, that's a sign right there. Anytime you see a man that's going to just automatically be this type of individual and he changes into this monster, and when I say monster, I mean a monster. I'm not talking about get mad over something. Oh man, I can't believe you don't want to eat this and I bought this. No, I'm talking about a human being turning into a monster. That's what I'm talking about. The ones that can't keep their self. I had a father. My father never did anything like that to me. And to just be able to go through that and be pregnant, I was pregnant, couldn't leave at that point. He'll come in, he'll pay every bill that they had to be paid, never had to worry about that. Buy you anything that you wanted to have. But the whole thing in the world is he was a nutcase. He is a total nutcase. And when you find those type of nutcases, you have to leave them exactly where they are. The signs that you see is going to be kindness. You're going to see that at first. Then all of a sudden you'll see a twitch or something that changes. Then all of a sudden next, that comes the first blow. The first blow is when you need to start thinking, I need to make a strategy to get out. It's going to be hard because mentally they're playing with your minds and your emotions already. Physically, they've already taken control because a woman can never overpower a man. I don't care how many women out here think a man can never do that to me. I never allow that to happen. Oh, a woman cannot overpower a man. I don't care how you look at it and think of it and watch TV and these shows. That's television. A woman cannot overpower a man. And the reason why I say that, because I was physically in it. I could not overpower that man. And it doesn't matter the size they are or anything like that. You cannot overpower a man. You have to think about yourself and your health and your well-being. Do I want to stay in this or do I want to get out of it? I mean, he had total control over everything. And when they start taking control over everything, there's a problem. I had money stolen from me and never got it back to this day. Probably never ever see it. And I just wish it gone. It's just one of the worst things possible that you can ever think of, ever. And I don't wish that on anyone. I don't know if it comes from them just having problems in their lifetime.
I am here and just wanted to give you enough time to kind of tell your story. I wanted to give you a platform. But what I did want to interject and say, for those who find themselves in a domestic violence situation, please reach out. You can go Google it, look up domestic violence, and there's a ton of information there that will be assistance at your fingertips. But also the National Domestic Violence Hotline, you can live chat with them, you can text them, you can call them. It's confidential and it's 24/7. The phone number is 1-800-799-7233. And I just got this information off of Google. Once again, the number is, and this is for the National Domestic Violence Hotline. The number is 1-800-799-7233. Once again, you can speak to someone live. Well, you can call. There's a live chat, and then you can text them. It's confidential, and you can reach someone 24/7. So please do not be afraid to reach out for help. No one should be living in a situation where they fear for their lives, or they're living in a hostile environment that's not conducive to their well-being.
Yes.
So you live to tell the story, Monica. You live to tell the story, and so you got out. And
I got
what
out.
what happened after you got out? How did you become the person, the woman that you are, the Black woman of Detroit? Walk us into that.
Okay, after I got out, I left with nothing but the clothes on my back. And I went to live with my cousin. And she took me and my two children in at that time.
Okay.
And I was still working. That didn't stop me. I kept working.
Okay.
And I stayed with her in order for me to get on my 2 feet, to be able to stand up and say, hey, okay, I can do this again. Once family started seeing that I was real about what I was doing, then they wanted to step up and help. But I didn't want that help then.
Right.
Because they should have been there when I wanted them to be there.
When you
regardless
really
of
needed help.
Right. When
Yeah.
I really needed that help. And at that time, they weren't helping me. You know, they were more hindering me. You know, well, just don't go back. It's easier said than done. Just
Yeah.
don't go back. Just don't go back. No, it took a lot. And like you said, there's a national hotline that you can call. I didn't know that when I was going through that situation, and it was help out there for me. And I wish I would have had that, but I moved on. I succeeded in life. I kept working, took care of my children. I met my most wonderfulest husband that I have in the whole wide world right now, going on 20 years next year. We're celebrating
Wow. 20 years. That's amazing.
the best man in the world. And when I say that, I mean it. And it's a total difference. I was so afraid to get back out there because of what I had been through. And I kind of stalled for a minute because I had to check my perimeter and say, is it okay to go ahead with this or not? I stalled for a long time with it
But I
because
want to ask you a question about that. So
Mhm.
you were in a relationship with a nut. We've established that. He was crazy as hell. And
Yep.
then you met the man of your dreams. But what did that look like? Because you weren't very trusting in the beginning. And like what did that look like?
It was scary because I didn't know what to expect. It was
Okay.
very scary. It had me feel as though am I running into another one? You know, because it was nice. He was sweet. He was kind, which he still is, and I enjoyed being with him. But I was scared if that switch was going to click,
Right, right.
and
Because
that made
normally you
me
meet their representatives. Because normally you meet the representatives.
yes,
Normally you meet the representatives, right? Okay.
yes. So that made me hesitate to move like I should, like a woman would normally move, and you in a
Yeah.
relationship, you're comfortable and you're moving on. That made me stagonize. I stagnized. My guard was so up. You couldn't come this close to me. My guard was there. I wasn't letting that guard down. And it took a while to get
So
that
how long
guard.
did it take before you became comfortable with the idea of maybe seeing him seriously?
It I'm gonna be honest, this man asked me to marry him 3 times and I was so scared. And it took me, it was a few years because I was scared. I was just scared of what had happened to me. Will that
Right.
happen to me again? Because usually women run into routines,
Yeah,
and
very
I
much
didn't
so.
know if that was if I was going to be running into a routine again. And
Now, we're not, yeah, I'm sorry.
go right ahead.
We're not trying to give your ex, we're not glorifying him or giving him any power in this situation, but we're just trying to empower other women.
Right.
So I guess one of my questions to you are, and there's tons of questions that are coming in for you. My question is, so you were with a guy that was insane. You met a really nice man, and it took you years before you took him serious because of what you had dealt with in the past from your first relationship. But my question is, what are some of the red flags that women see but may not necessarily see it for what it is? And let me elaborate. So sometimes if you're with a guy and he doesn't want you around your family and he doesn't want you around your friends, you think it's cute because you think that he only wants to spend time with you. And sometimes that might be the case, but we all know that it doesn't always happen that way. And
Right.
normally those type of men are controlling. So it goes from not wanting you to see your family, not wanting you to see your friends, not wanting you to wear outfits that you like, but only wearing what he likes. So elaborate for us, please.
That is totally what you said in a nutshell. Number one, started taking me away from friends, started taking me away from family. That was including my mother and father.
That's crazy.
I would put on something. If that wasn't to their liking, then I would have to take it off and put something on, or we would have to go buy something that was appropriate for him, that he thought was appropriate for me. So those were some of the things. Heels were not acceptable. He thought heels were something that floozies would wear, which is crazy, which I still don't understand to this day.
So he
But
didn't want you to look appealing to other men. So if
not
you
at
just
all.
look, yeah, if you just look
I couldn't look at
whatever,
another man. If I'm driving, I had to look straight ahead. I could not look out my window or anywhere. I had to look straight ahead. I couldn't turn my head or anything. If we're out
that's
to
it.
dinner, I had to look straight at the menu or down at the table. I could not look around and enjoy yourself like you eating dinner, you looking around and eating. That was unacceptable. Those are some of the signs women
That's
really
insane.
need to pay attention to.
Yeah, that's insane.
I mean,
That's
it's
insane.
serious. I mean, and you may think, oh, okay, it's cute. He
Oh my
just
God.
wants me to give him attention. We're at dinner. He just wants all the attention, and it's not. That's one of the signs right there. Why wouldn't you want me to wear this? Why can't I look around here in a restaurant? It's a restaurant, we're eating. But if you bring it up, when you get back in the car, you're gonna get a blow. If you look around while you're sitting in the car driving, you're gonna get a blow. That was the type of things that went on. It is so many things that went on that were just unacceptable. Getting woke up out of the bed because something didn't go right for him while he was out doing his thing in the streets. Getting woke up out of the bed to get jumped on because things didn't go right for him. I was the fault of that. So anything that went wrong, I was the fault of. I was the downfall. I had to take on all
I
of
don't
that.
even know what to say. I'm done. I don't even know what to say.
He's a
Sometimes I am
straight
speechless.
monster, a monster. But those are the signs, and women need to be aware of it because it doesn't get better. It gets worse. It honestly gets worse.
Where is he now, Monica? Do you know? I mean, I know that you don't care, but have you heard, like, where is he?
You know what? I don't know. The last time I heard they were out of state, and then the other time I heard they came back to Michigan, but I don't keep in contact with it.
Yeah.
I just stay far away as possible, which I'm really not even worried about it because my husband's not having it. He's not the one. He met his match when he met my husband. He met his
Good.
match. So I don't have that worry anymore. I don't have that problem. So I thank God for that. Because I know some women are still walking around here on pins and
Scared.
needles.
Yeah, scared.
Yeah.
Scared.
Yeah. And I mean, they tell you to go and file a personal protection order. I did so. That doesn't help. It doesn't help. I hate to say that about our system, but it does not help because what can it do if they're already there and you're already going through it? By the time the police get there, I hate to say it, you're either beat to death, half to death, or you're dead. The system doesn't help. It doesn't work for us. It doesn't work out for us.
So, once again, you made it out. Thank God.
Yes.
And you were able to create Black Woman of Detroit. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I created Black Women of Detroit because I wanted to give back to our city. I wanted our women to know that there's a platform here for women of color, women that have businesses that are out here. I would like to share that information so people know about small businesses and we're able to share with each other, communicate with each other, and let each other know you have someone here for you. You have somewhere to go.
Where are you located?
I'm located out of Detroit. I'm in Detroit. I'm here in Detroit, Michigan.
Where? What part of Detroit?
I'm in the Redford area right now.
Okay, so it's located in the Redford area of Detroit.
South Redford. Yep.
And if someone wants to reach out, because I have a whole ton of comments here, how do they reach you?
They can reach me by email, and it's blackwomenofdetroit2020@gmail.com. So that's blackwomenofdetroit2020@gmail.com.
What are your hours of operation for the Black Women of Detroit?
9 to 5, but I'm open and available 24 hours. So if someone really was desperately in need of help, then I am available. If I do not get my phone, I always return a phone call within 24 to 48 hours, and that includes email as well too.
I thank you for that, but I just want to give out the National Domestic Violence Hotline number. A lot of the comments are coming in are frightening. So let me just give out this number and then I'll give all of this to you. So the National Domestic Violence Hotline, the number is 1-800-799-7233. And this I just pulled straight from Google. So when Monica was speaking, I stopped what I was doing and I went to go look for this information just so that I could have it on hand. You can go right to Google. And this is where I got it from. The National Domestic Violence Hotline. The number is 1-800-799-7233. Once you pull up the page on Google, it'll give you the phone number, but it'll also allow you to chat live or text. The information that you discuss with, I guess, a counselor is confidential and you can reach out 24/7. If anyone that's watching this at present is fearful of their life, please now go contact the authorities. Go someplace safe, please. Monica, some of the questions that are coming in. You have a listener who wants to know, when was enough enough? So we know that you were dealing with a domestic violence situation, but viewer wants to know when enough was enough, because it looks like, I don't know how long you were with this guy, but what was the moment that made you say, I cannot do this any longer?
It was less than a year I was married and said that was enough. It took me to that point that I could not take it anymore. And I said that was enough. It was enough for me. It was enough for my children. They did not need to see this. They did not need to grow up around this, because after you get through with me, I didn't know if it was going to physically be something done to my children as well too. So it took me to that point on my own to decide that that was enough. I had to do it not only for myself, I had to do it for my children as well too.
We thank you for sharing your story. Like I said, there's tons of comments that are coming in. Um, I have another one here. Her name is Tanya. Hi, Tanya. We're so happy to have you here as a viewer. Tanya said her husband beat her so bad that he knocked out her front 3 teeth. She says that she's so happy to see that I was able to bring someone that survived domestic violence to the platform so that other women will be able to see that you can get out, you can be safe, and you can live. Tanya, before Monica addresses that, I am at a loss for words. I'm so sorry to hear that you were with a man that beat you so bad that you lost your 3 front teeth. I hope that you are doing well. If you are still in a bad situation, I'm once again going to review this information about the National Domestic Violence Hotline. You guys can go to Google. It's there. National Domestic Violence Hotline. The number is 1-800-799-7233. Once you locate the page on Google, it's a live chat. You can text. Your conversation, your text messages are confidential, and it's open 24/7. So please reach out. Monica, if you want to say something to Tanya about that situation.
Tanya, I want to first say I'm so sorry that you had to go through that traumatic situation.
It's crazy.
I'm lost for words. I pray that you're out of that situation. If you are not, just like Carla said, there are ways that you can get out of that situation. I forgot to provide my telephone number.
Yes, please do.
If you need someone to talk to figure out a way to get safe, my business number is 313-473-0388. Again, that's 313-473-0388. But Tanya, I pray that you're still not in that situation. And
yes,
if you are, find you a safe place where you can go, call that number and get your help. There is help now. There's help and you can get out of it. I am truly saddened to hear that that has happened to you, but you can be a survivor just like me.
Right.
I'm a survivor and you can survive too.
I see a lot of comments that are rolling in from parents who have lost their children. So let me just say this. Myself, as well as all of the panelists from day 1 and day 2, send their condolences out to anyone who has lost a daughter due to a domestic violence situation where their child has lost their life. I don't really know what to say. I mean, it's just it's unbelievable. It really is. And so we send our condolences out. There's tons of comments that are rolling in about how, and it looks to be moms that are sending you messages. They're thanking you for having a voice, for standing up and saying something, because this can be very embarrassing. Some woman from Chicago said that she lost her twin daughters to men who killed them. I see another mom, and this is just various states. So I had Chicago, Detroit, Nevada, California. These folks are rolling in just thanking you for having the nerve to step up and say that you were a survivor of domestic violence, and they appreciate you lending your voice because this is something that cannot be brushed under the carpet. So once again, myself as well as my panelists, we send out our condolences to anyone who has lost a child due to a domestic violence situation. It is, I'm just at a loss for words. I really am. This
My
is
condolences to every parent that has lost a child due to domestic violence.
unbelievable. Yes,
Sometimes you have women and men,
yes, absolutely. And to the
and
moms who have lost their sons, because I don't want to
yes,
leave them out too.
yes,
Absolutely, absolutely.
yes,
Our hearts break for you. And if you need help, please reach out. Reach out
yes.
to some of the local leaders in your area for support. Perhaps you go to church. You can always speak to a pastor at a church. I'm sure you can probably also call the domestic violence hotline for guidance. Just reach out to someone because there are support systems in place that will be able to assist you. Monica, we
Yes.
appreciate you. But
Thank you.
as we wrap this up, I know that you talked about a few red flags, so things that women should look out for when dating these men. But you were a survivor. Like I said, we didn't want to give too much power to your past, even though you lived to tell the story. Give us some words of inspiration as we wrap this up with you.
Well, first of all, I want everyone to know that you can survive it and you can become more than what you want to be in life. There is hope. All you have to do is set your mind to it. Don't let anyone discourage you and get into your head and let you think that you are not anything and you're not nothing. You are someone. You are loved, regardless of what they're telling you. You are loved, and someone out there is here to help you. Either myself, our hotline, or my email, we are here. You are loved, and it's just so sad that we have to talk about this, but it's
Yeah,
real. This is very
very.
real. And all
And
I
it's
say is,
uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable conversation because I'm
it
just at a loss
is.
for words. It's disgusting. It's
It
disgusting.
is. It's very. And the people that are doing it are sick monsters. They're sick monsters, and they're not worthy of your time. You're much more worthy than you think you are. Don't think that you're nothing. They would tell you you're nothing, but you are. They would tell you nobody else wants you, but somebody does. And just believe God loves you more than anybody else here on this earth.
Amen. We once again, if you want to shout out your business, shout out to all of
Black women of
uh
Detroit,
shout out
yes.
to Detroit, shout out to all the family members, friends that are in Detroit. Detroit is a wonderful city to live in. Well, I appreciate you and I thank you so very much for being a panelist today.
Thank
I'm just
you.
going to give out the number to the domestic violence hotline because I feel like
Yes.
I want to do more than what I can right now. But what I can do is give out the phone number. So the National Domestic Violence Hotline, you can go to Google, you can look this information up. The phone number is 1-800-799-7233. There's a live chat. You can text. It's confidential 24/7. So please, guys, reach out for help if you need help. We love you. Monica.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Oh my. There's some things that I'm really at a loss for words with, and that is a topic that I just don't. I mean, it's a topic that it's a conversation that has to be had, but hmm, anyway, so as we close out the conference on day 2, I'm bringing back my dose of sunshine, Michaela. She did a fantastic job, life coach, Joy Inc. She did a fantastic job opening the show. We got tons and tons and tons of comments. I got comments from friends and family in Detroit. I got comments from friends and family in Florida. And you guys are family too. We got comments from Florida, California, Detroit, Texas. I got comments from Mexico and from France and from Sweden. Oh boy. And I haven't even finished reading through a lot of the comments because it's just, once you finish one conference, you have to get ready for the next. But we appreciate all the love and support that you guys have shown us. Michaela is powerful and she's brilliant. And you guys sent a lot of shout outs for her, and I will make sure that she gets them. But she opened the conference, and of course, I would have to have her close the conference because you guys need to see her. Folks from day one saw her, but it doesn't mean that, so I'm bringing her on because I've been talking all day. Sunshine.
Everybody, how are you?
You're back.
I'm back, fresh off the airplane.
And the floor is all
ready
yours.
to roll.
I'm glad that you got in safely because it's bad out. It's really, really bad out.
I was a little worried. We had some pretty incredible storms, the last few days. But you know what? We got in easy peasy. We got here in just the right amount of time. And
you ran in straight from the airport.
I can't think of any place I'd rather be than hanging out with you guys again.
You are here. So the floor is all yours for now. I'm going to jump in, but I'm going to log off and I'm going to let you do your thing. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, friends. Okay, so Michaela Birdie-Shaw here. I got to spend some time with our participants yesterday. I got to kick off the conference, and it's an incredible honor to get to be back here and kind of say, all right, so what do we do with all of this great information that we've just gotten over the past few days? I'm very curious about what all the comments are. I can't wait to check hold of me, and we'll talk about those as we go through a little chat today. So where to begin? So my name is Michaela Birdie-Shaw. I am the founder of Joy Inc. And Joy Inc. became because it was the most necessary thing I could think to do. I needed to bring myself back to life a little bit. I needed to turn up my volume on the spirit, on the glow that hides inside all of us. I kept looking for it. I didn't see it. I knew it was there, right? So what did I do? I dug deep. I worked with coaches. I thought real big and real little about the decisions I was making. And I decided that I was asked the question actually, and I've said this a couple times before, but I was asked the question, what are you tolerating? And it was one of the most powerful moments of my, at that maybe time, 37 years of experience, because I had to answer the question, dreaming to come out. And the answer was, I'm lacking joy, and I am tolerating that. I am giving life permission to hide those little nuggets of joy away from my perspective. And I was done. I was absolutely, totally, completely done with it. And what became of that was a look at who I am and what I have offered the world already. At the time, I have a degree in social work. I worked with group home children and an English teacher, former English teacher, and I have done the core of all of them. Comes down to empowering people to make good decisions, to build a healthy lifestyle so that joy, even in the midst of life's chaos, still has an opportunity to kind of creep in and say, but I'm here. All you got to do is look. So subsequently, I created Joy Inc. I said, if I need to incorporate joy into my life, I'm probably not alone in that. So how do I bring change to people so that I can make the world to the classroom? I miss teaching very much, but there was something else I wanted to do. So I became a certified life coach. To me, I think it's the only thing I've been training for my whole life. I just want to see people grow, to see people feel proud of themselves. It's amazing. So that's what we're here for, right? Like the whole concept of this conference that Carla put together for us is to empower ourselves, curious, wherever you are in life, there is still joy to explore. There is still hope to explore. And there is still that glow, that volume to crank up. So that's what I do. I work with people to, work out the little quirks in life that kind of have them stuck, whether it's making good decisions about spending their time or the food that they eat, to the bigger decisions. And we can reflect back to Monica's conversation of, am I in a healthy? Those are all really big questions that all can lead up to creating a space where joy gets to live. Because I believe that joy lives everywhere, even when we don't see it. It doesn't always mean that we are happy and super buoyant and ecstatic all the time, but it means that life is still happening. Blessings are still upon us. There's still air to breathe and gratitude in our hearts. And when we put those things together, we get to grow and we get to glow. So why is that? And I think that we all heard through these stories shared by the incredible panelists that sometimes we have to go through the difficult, challenging, feeling traumatic or feeling overwhelming times in life to get to the brighter side. And really, that's kind of, I think, at the core of all of us. I think that we're all searching for that thing that helps us to make the world a better place. We have been through a pretty crazy year and a half, and we want joy and connection. We want to be smart, we want to be safe, but at the end of the day, we want to connect with ourselves and connect with the world at large in a meaningful way. So what do we do about that? You guys have just heard all these wonderful stories about success and growth and opportunity. What do we do with that experience? My hope, my challenge yesterday to our viewers was, as you listen to these, don't get sidetracked in the what I've chosen to do or what the other presenters have chosen to do. Sure, follow that path if that aligns with who you are, but it really has to come down to, what works in your world and how do you take those experiences and pull your passion, your excitement, your life experience into that story. So as a coach, where we would start following this conference is very simple, and it's where we start with everything. Tell me the experience from your perspective. Let's look at the questions that arose, and let's find a way to filter through them to get to those little nuggets of awesomeness. I can't even believe some of the stories that were shared. I think it is incredible that opportunities exist across the country, across the world, to bring more joy. So one of the things I wanted to kind of go over with you, conference, is 5 very simple things. They're simple things when we put them into 2 or 3 sentence phrases, but they become much more challenging when we try to build them into life without having the practice and the accountability. So the first thing that we talk about in my coaching practice is, where are you with vulnerability? How comfortable are you being vulnerable? Typically, the answer causes people to cringe and makes them go, I don't want to be scarier than I thought we were going to do here. But at the end of the day, it's that vulnerability. For me, it was the, what are you tolerating? And I had to dig deep down and say, do I want to say this out loud? Because if I say this out loud, I'm going to have to do something about it. And if I have to do something about it, it might feel uncomfortable. Because when we bring things to life, guys, the universe responds and it meets us there. And all of a sudden, I say I'm tolerating a lack of joy, gaps of joy. And at first, my perspective was, ooh, I don't want to touch those gaps. I want to ignore those gaps. But vulnerability calls us to the stage. It says, those gaps are the things holding you back from true, authentic happiness. And that's what we want, right? So the willingness to be vulnerable is the very first step. So as you think about, as you go through your notes and you recap your experience from this incredible conference, where can you find space for vulnerability to school? I've been terrified to think it out loud because can I afford it? How do I get the application in? How do we do? There are opportunities out there for all of us to do these things. So if on that list was, I really do want to go back to school, that saying that out loud is the vulnerability. It is the driving force that's going to inspire and motivate you through that process. So the first tip, embrace vulnerability. Be willing to try this, but I think I'm going to do it anyway, because it's that ability to be courageous and a little nervous that gives us the excitement on the other side, right? There's a fine line between nervous and excitement. So when we shift it over, when we say, I'm willing for this to be a little scary and I'm willing to have the good come out of it, we get to really, really, really be vulnerable. So that's number one. Number two is identify that you have a choice. You have a choice. Let me say that one more time. You have a choice. You choose times, what you're going to wear that day. You could go with the blue shirt or the black shirt, depending on the lighting. Those are choices. But you can also choose how you invest, how you spend, how you save your money. You can also choose the food that you put into your body. Is it to the betterment of your body or is it an immediate gratification? But you have a choice. You have a choice with whom you live. You have a choice with the education you want. You have a choice for the color of your hair. You have a choice. It's something that we kind of, put into our kids' heads, into our own heads, that we don't have a choice, that this is what it is, and we're kind of in this box and we're stuck. But I got news for you. I'll say it one more time. You have a choice. And I think that's wonderful. In all of the ways we are given stimuli, we are having information shoved at us. We have a choice in how we want to see it, how we want to use it, what we want to make of it. So I ask you to make a choice that is based on a clear understanding of what's really important to you. We talked about this yesterday, right? Like, what do you really need? And we know that safety, health, and wellness and connection really are at the top of that list. But we also need to feel whole. We also need to feel seen and heard. And all of those needs are important too, okay? So having the choice and then identify that choice out loud is absolutely going to require that dig deep vulnerability again. And it is going to give you an opportunity to do the next thing. So number one, embrace vulnerability. Number two, you have a choice. And then number three is rewrite the narrative. Whew. Take that in for a second. We have this magical brain that does all these really incredible things at like 50,000, times a minute. It's stuck in its ways. It also continues to tell the story of that time when I was in 11th grade and I had to sing a song for my class and I totally freaked and froze. And from that point on, I was convinced I could never perform, speak otherwise in public. And I told myself that for a very, very long time until I didn't have a choice anymore. And suddenly I had to rewrite the narrative. Suddenly I had to be willing to say, oh, I don't really want to do this, but I'm going to give it a try really well. And I had to learn to rewrite that narrative. For me, one of my favorite and most critical mantras, the thing I go back to is, this is not my new way of being. My old way of being tolerated that absence of joy, tolerated that frustrating moment, tolerated keeping my mouth shut, not speaking up. My new way of being says, I get to speak up. I get to make a choice about how I speak up and the passion and power I put behind it. I have a choice. But if I don't know that I can rewrite the narrative, I'll go back to those old choices every day. So I remind myself frequently that this is not my new way of being, and that moving forward, that is. So embrace vulnerability, identify you have a choice, and rewrite the narrative. Hope we're all hanging in so far. Hope everyone's enjoying this. Let me know if you have any questions.
Sunshine,
Well, I don't know how I'm gonna, but
you are the best, and I have been listening to you, but I have to stop you
yes.
because a woman sent a message and it says the following. Now, she doesn't leave her name. She just says, this is from Michaela. She says, I'm an older woman. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Her name is Cheryl. Sorry, Cheryl. Hey,
Hi,
Cheryl.
Cheryl. Thank you so much for joining us today.
So Cheryl says that she's an older woman. She's glad that you were able to find joy when you did. She said that she's been a mom all of her life, married to a demanding husband, and she never had the time to shine. And so she's happy that you learned at an early age to take care of you first. Because if you're not good, then no one else around you is. Wow. That's deep,
Cheryl,
right?
thank you. You know, and that's, here I go, right? I always get a little weepy. That touches me so much because that is why, that's why I show up to do this work. I don't want faded flowers. I want everyone to have lived a life where you've had low, but you showed up today and you're doing this. And I hope that wherever tomorrow takes you, that you can put a little bit of this in and try and push yourself to say, I may be, I don't know, how old, 50, 60, 70, hell, you could be 80.
Yeah.
You still have that choice. And I beg of you to dig in and find a little bit of that crack and let that light glow, because we need it. We need to see my full self. And I don't think I'll ever see my full self. I hope I'm always looking for it and growing bigger and trying, because we get to do that. It's our life. This is our one little life. And, you know, I'm pulling myself back together here, Cheryl. Thank you. But I just think it's,
that was pretty deep.
Oh, I know. It was like,
that was really, really deep.
Listening, please.
You have to feel that. Yeah, you have to feel that. She basically said she had a demanding husband. It was a mother all her life. She never had an opportunity.
And I think that's, honestly, I'd like to comment on that.
Yes.
And that's not unique. That is not, that is unfortunately not just Cheryl's story. And I really believe, I believe that what you have done, the space you've created for us, I want to drive home one point. It is an empowerment conference, but nobody is giving you the power. It's in there. It's already inside waiting.
Right.
The purpose of this is for you to then say, I'm willing to try. I'm willing to succeed or maybe not, but the power is there. No one can give it to you.
Right.
We can ask you to help us bring it out. And that's kind of my job, but it's in there already. And I ask all of us every day to remember that we can do that. And that becomes the narrative. I'm willing to try.
Folks are looking for your information, Michaela. So they want you to give out your information again of how they can get in contact
so
with you.
I am at myjoycoach.com. On Instagram, on Facebook, it's at myjoycoach. The website is myjoycoach.com. Absolutely reach out. I mean, you know, I love to talk about this. I love to see people. I get, like I said this yesterday, I am so selfishly joyful in this work. I get so much out of it because I get to work with themselves and feel good about them and are building healthy relationships with other people. Does that directly come to me? No. But I've had a whole ton of people my whole life, Carla in particular here, give me opportunities to be a participant in other people's joy. Oh, it's like Christmas every day, you know, and it doesn't mean it's all like, you know, fantastic and easy and without a few tears, right, Cheryl? But we can do big things when we have that love and that support and that I see you. Oh gosh, it just makes it easier, you know? So
There's a mom that just submitted a question, and her question is, she has 4 daughters, and they have, well, I'm assuming that she just got divorced from the content of the question, but she has 4 daughters. She said that the father is no longer in the house. The children have seen really bad behavior between the 2 of them, and she's interested in speaking with you, so perhaps you could have some type of forum for the daughters. She said because she sees that they're acting out.
that's right.
They're acting out now because of what they've seen, and she wants them to be happy again. I just got that, just came in.
You know, there are few things in life worse than worrying about your children, right?
Yeah.
And we want so badly to get it all right. Seemingly stacked against us, it gets difficult to do. So I very much appreciate that you reached out and that you're willing to see that there's an obstacle. Because when we can identify the obstacle, now we have something to get around. When we aren't willing to say the issue is there has been trauma and it's affecting my children. Having the courage to say that is the first step, because that says I'm willing to do something about it. Absolutely, we start with behaviors and like really, really granular, like what's most important.
Michaela, she wants to know if you have any availability I'm sorry, I got another message from her. She wants to know if you have any availability for this month. We only have a few days left, but she wants to know if she reaches out, do you have any availability? And if not, what is your availability the beginning of the month? Because she wants to reach out.
Shoot me a message, and we'll work. Absolutely.
Okay.
Good for
Thank
you, Mom.
Thank you. So she just responded back and said that she's definitely going to reach out. She may even reach out tonight after dinner. She said that she realizes that her daughters are traumatized, and she would love for you and her, for you guys to work together, because she'd rather for them to find joy versus drugs. Amen. Those are her exact words. Or some other harmful
choice,
vice.
Right? These are the choices that we have to make, and we have to make. And
we have another message for you. Another message.
Okay, what you got?
There's a Timothy who just sent a message in, and Timothy. I'm sorry, Tim. Timothy said that he loved listening to you speak about finding joy. Said he just lost his wife, and he is overcome with grief. He said it's very difficult for him to even get out of the bed in the mornings. Tim, it looks like you were married for 25 years. I'm sorry to hear about the passing of your wife. And he said he did enjoy listening to, you speak. At least he smiled. He said it's the first time that he smiled in months now.
Thank you, Tim. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for being honest. Gosh, y'all are getting me today. I can't even fathom. I mean, This is me, friends. I'm like, I feel you. I see this. And I think that suddenly we're not alone. So Tim, I can't see you right moment, but we are all feeling with you. And what you've done is just invited us to be and to pray with you for this moment. Yeah. I think it's incredible. I mean, 25 years of marriage is a beautiful thing, and it's also a tragic thing to lose. But it doesn't mean that we lose that time. It just means that the way we move forward is different. It can't be without respect and honoring the past. We can continue on and still hold space for grief and create space to grow and to love still. I feel you, buddy. I really do. But thank you for showing up. And for giving yourself permission to smile, because sometimes we need that too. And sometimes we need people to say, dude, you smiled. That's awesome, because it's more fun to smile together, in my opinion.
You just have tons of folks sending messages in saying that they appreciate you.
Thank you.
Someone from yesterday, and there's no name, said that the message you delivered yesterday was powerful. That's the same thing that the speaker Yolanda said. Yeah, she loved you. Folks really, really love the message that you delivered. They're just sending messages in saying that you're powerful, you're inspirational. You've touched their hearts in ways that family members couldn't touch their hearts, and that the message you're delivering is organic. And wait, the stuff is coming in so fast, I can't. That the message that you delivered is organic. They realize that you mean what you say, and this is not a bunch of hogwash, because of the excitement that you have when you deliver the message. It's just so much stuff is just coming in. Wow.
This is the work of life, though, right, guys? I mean, what we want is to feel something, and I really beg of you all, hear these stories, hear these messages of power from this weekend, and do something with it. Do something with it. Like I took the choice and I said, I want to serve. That's my deal. I am so grateful that I have this space to talk about it out loud and to share it with you. But y'all, it's in there for you too, I promise.
There's a Betsy Jean that just sent a message over. Betsy Jean says she's 67 years old, and she wished that she had a friend like you when she was younger, because it looks like these older women are sending messages in saying how their lives were revolved around their children and revolved around their husbands, and they never got a chance to shine. And they are so proud that you found that. And so they thank you for that, because you got what they never figured out.
Well,
until now.
I'll say this, 67 is just a number. It's not too late, Betsy Jean. And
Exactly.
I hope that at some point tomorrow, sometime tonight, you say, well, I didn't get the chance I wanted when I was young. I can.
Yeah.
Why not?
Exactly. There's still time. Every day is a new day to make a difference. Every day is a new day. Every day is a new day.
That's where we have the choice. And the beauty is that every time the sun comes up, that choice is given to us again.
I have another message that just came in, because stuff is just coming in, Michaela. A podcast listener said that they missed us. I'm sorry, it's just busy, y'all. They missed us, and that they prefer that we do our podcast in this form versus the old form, because they love the interaction and it makes them feel like they're a part of the experience.
You mean all my hand gyrations aren't making people dizzy? Because I talk with my hands.
Yeah. and me moving constantly, because I can't sit still long. But they love. So the person said that they just love the interaction, and it really made them feel like they were a part of the experience, because they get to see you, and that's how they get to know you.
The conversation. Well, and that's what we want. Is for people to be a part of the conversation, because the more we are invited to challenge those perspectives and those things that are, the stories, the narratives, the belief systems that we own so closely, like the more we're invited to challenge those things, the more we break down and chip away at all our little walls. And I don't like walls.
Exactly.
Let's get them out of the way.
Sunshine, it has been a pleasure. Before we end the conference, what would you like the viewers to take away? Because you've said a lot in the last 2 days, but just give me one takeaway. One takeaway. What would that be?
I really want to say thank you. Number one, Carla, what you do, what you create in your podcast, in your interactions, in the way that you live your life, what you create is that motion, and you invite us to come along with you. This is our girl. Betsy, when I teared up, I mean that, because I think there is nothing sadder than a life unfulfilled. You know,
It's
God,
horrible.
whoever you pray to, whatever you believe, I do believe that we are all divinely created. And I think that there is magic inside. And it might take a little mining and chipping away and cultivating and some stumbling. But I just beg of you all, the world needs you and it. And I believe that maybe it'll take a couple of days, maybe it'll take a couple of years for it to come to fruition. But when we make the choice to be curious about it, to look into it, to want more, we suddenly are given permission to do that. And like I said yesterday, the universe does want what you want. If you really believe it and it's authentically in line with who you are and the values you hold, it'll come. It'll come.
We appreciate you. I
And
appreciate you
and
so.
I just invite you all to that. I
I
appreciate you, Carla.
appreciate you so very much.
Thank
We had tons of technical difficulties, but we were able to push through, thank God, so that we could have the conference for today. And there was a bit of a pause because someone was rushed to the hospital, one of the panelists, but we still were able to get some of the other folks that were supposed to be on. I thank you guys so much. I thank all of my panelists. This is just the start to the movement. We have additional things planned for 2022, so hold on tight and don't let go. Just give us some time. Stay tuned though, because I have the podcast. I'm my sister's SISTAS. That is not grammatically correct. I know in your mind you are tripping. That is not grammatically correct. But it's my sister's keeper, and that's the podcast. I have a YouTube page, and the YouTube page is I'm My Sister's Keeper, the podcast. And then I'm on Facebook, and I'm on Twitter, and I'm all over the place, okay? So you can find me. You can find any of the panelists. Just wanted to say thank you guys once again. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be with us. We appreciate you. We love you, and we hope to see you soon. Bye. Michaela, bye.
Bye, guys.
Kisses.
Go this.
Oh, God, what am I doing?